impressive way to finish a game, and it speaks a lot, Gator, to I think to the culture, to the leadership. I just can't believe that this is our football team. Who are these guys?
I don't know.
Who are these guys?
I don't know. Just watching this team do what they're doing is impressive. This is 2 weeks in a row now that they've worked the clock to perfection to get and secure the win. They get the massive play at the end to seal it in just superlative fashion with Hutchinson finally getting to Fields knocking a ball away and then getting credit for his safety because the offensive lineman kicks it out of the end zone. It was a great finish. Great finish to a game that wasn't a great game.
Meanwhile, we've got Michigan State with a win on Saturday. The funniest part of that game, you champ Malik Carr. Did you see his post-game comments about the old bass spittoon?
I did not.
He said, I'm not going to lie, that thing's nasty.
Yeah, well, I mean, you think about what it is. Yeah. It's a spittoon. Of course it's nasty.
And Michigan State coaching search coming down. I don't know what it's coming down to, but you think we might get news next week?
I would think by the end of next week for sure. I might even look to maybe by Wednesday, Tuesday or Wednesday. Mm-hmm. Just because I think the candidates that are out there that I'm hearing about or that I'm reading about, I should say, not that I don't have my I don't have sources here. I'm just doing a lot of reading. If you look at Oregon State's head coach, Coach Smith over there, they have 3 losses, so they're not going to compete for a Pac-12 championship game, but they have a big game against Oregon this weekend. So he's available to interview. Elko, the coach over with Duke, they're not playing for anything, so he's available. And those are the 2 big names that are out there that they'd be interested in. Lance Leipold from Kansas, I guess it would be another one potentially. So there are guys that they can finally now interview without having to do it cloak and dagger style if they want to bring them in.
Because the season's over.
Yeah, I think that they want to get things done quickly because you do want to try to salvage recruiting as best as possible. I mean, they've had a number of decommits, so you want to hire somebody, get on the recruiting trail, try to secure those commitments again if possible, and then you're going to want them to go out and recruit the last couple of weeks anyway, and see if they can, lure anybody to Michigan State.
Michigan beat Maryland on Saturday for the 1,000th win in program history, and look, we're into Ohio State week, and it's 11-0 versus 11-0, second year in a row. Both teams in the top 3. Huge game coming up on Saturday. News off the field. I think this will be a relatively quiet week, from what I understand. At least people that have been predicting the drip are saying it very well could slow down here. We'll see. In the meantime, on the field, look, that game had a survive and advance feel to it. Not Michigan's best effort. There's just, I think, some concern now about pass protection, and they've had a couple of tackles go down, and that always, you got to overcome injuries. They lost Roman Wilson early in that game. We'll see what his status is. I suspect we won't know anything till Saturday. It's pretty predictable that they're not going to say, oh, he's back or oh, he's out. But, look, last year, Michigan, the closest they flew to the sun was against Illinois the week before Ohio State. Ohio State played Maryland last year at Maryland the week before they played Michigan, and that was a 3-point game in the fourth quarter before Ohio State pulled away. So is it indicative of Michigan having some problems starting to emerge, or just indicative of the game before the game? I guess we'll find out Saturday, but looms huge, big one. I'll give you something maybe for Michigan fans. Kyle McCord, who I think's gotten better as the year's gone on, but Kyle McCord at home, 70% completion percentage, 14 touchdowns, no picks, 184.2 passer rating. Kyle McCord on the road, 62% completion percentage, 8 touchdowns, 4 picks, 139.8 passer rating. So you hope you get road Kyle McCord.
Well, Michigan fans also hope that they get J.J. McCarthy pre-scandal, because since then his numbers have dropped down. His completion percentage is down like 10% since the Michigan State game. He's a very good quarterback, and that offense should be humming along. I think the question that I have about Michigan right now is, does Jim Harbaugh's absence on game day, is that legitimately something that's a big factor, not just a factor, but maybe a big factor? because though they've won with Sharon Moore, they're not putting up huge point totals, and they're not winning the way that I think Michigan fans want them to win.
No, it's funny because it's kind of back to, first of all, JJ's clearly dealing with an injury, but I would say this. We're kind of back to the way we were the last few, like couple decades. Every Saturday, you're measuring yourself as, yeah, that was a good win, or yeah, they won the game, but is it good enough to beat Ohio State?
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, we'll find out, I guess.
What Ohio State has for them right now is TreVeyon Henderson is back, and he's looking like one of the best running backs in the country, if not the best running back in the country. That can help a lot of issues you have with a quarterback that's not terribly experienced. But nonetheless, it is set up to be a dynamite game on Saturday in Ann Arbor.
248-539-9797. Yeah, Henderson and Corum basically both out last year for the game, both back and healthy for this year. Let's get to your phone calls. We go to Tom. You're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Tom.
Hey, you probably stole my thunder a little bit ago, but I was calling about Goff's first interception. Laporta was clearly bumped off his route, and holding or pass interference seems to be called on things much lighter than that.
Yeah, I didn't know if that was whose responsibility that was. Was it Laporta running into the defensive back, or was it the other way around? And I thought that was kind of strange. I thought, is this worthy of a discussion? Because he throws the pick because the guy's not there. Why isn't the guy there? Well, because he got knocked off his route. Was that illegal contact downfield? And if it was, because clearly there was contact, who would it be on? Would it be on the offensive player or the defensive player?
Yeah, usually offensive players get the benefit of the doubt there. And Gator, by the way, I want to say I saw you pitch in the Jamie Samuelson charity softball game, and I was really impressed.
His slow pitch softball skills.
Yeah, I only had, I think I only gave up about 15 earned runs. Did not walk anybody. I was very proud of that.
Well,
and I made it hell for my outfielders because I kept pitching quickly, and the outfielders needed to get back into position, and I wasn't paying attention to that, and I apologize profusely.
But you put some good stuff on the ball. That was the most impressive part.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
The slow pitch softball, it's kind of an art form. It's not easy.
All my throwing strikes.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Dave. You're next on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Dave?
Hey, guys. Got a champ and chump for you.
Okay.
So the champ is my wife, who made it through. She's 9 months pregnant. We've got a scheduled due date here next Tuesday. Made it to the game. Didn't think she was going to make it the whole time. And my chump is also my wife, who at 4 minutes and 20 seconds left, decided it was time for us to leave. She wasn't feeling too great. I said, yeah, it's probably over. And, yeah, we missed it.
Is she with you right now?
She is with me right now, yeah.
Yeah, okay. We heard her, her giggling in the background.
Right. Does she approve of being chumped?
Yeah. So, I mean, I'm the chump, too, but I'm not taking any accountability here. And, in the fourth quarter, I did say maybe 7 minutes left. I said, in the Seattle game, the Lions were down more than this. But I could tell she didn't feel good, and we had great seats. We were in the opposite end zone of where all the action happened. That's one of the only other saving graces. I told her last night, had that happened in our end zone, we'd have some real problems. But, no, it was all fun. We made it back. We parked at Greektown, so we actually walked back, and then, with all the other chumps. And because my wife is so pregnant and she has to pee every 35 minutes, it fell in line to go to the bathroom. So we went into the casino and caught it on the big screen right there. So we ended up seeing the ending. And, we still got the high five, but it was one of those things. We're driving back and we were like, what did we just miss? And then Stoney's on the radio saying, in all the years I've been here, that might have been the greatest thing I've ever seen. So it was making matter worse, but all in all, it was a great day, and we got a baby coming a week from tomorrow.
First of all, congratulations on behalf of both of us. And do you guys know what you're going to have?
Yeah, we're having a baby girl.
Have you named the child yet?
Yes, Poppy. She will be baby girl Poppy.
All right, Poppy. Excellent. Well, best of luck to you.
What's your wife's name?
Thank you very much, guys. Love the show.
What's your wife's name?
Jessie.
Jessie. Hi, Jessie.
Hi, guys.
Jesse's like,
I'll
get
be
this
the
thing out
chump.
of me.
Yeah.
Wanna go.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's how I was feeling yesterday, and I told him, let's go, because there's no way they're going to make a comeback. And then, of course they made a comeback.
And you guys can actually see us walking up as that field goal is going through. You can see us. I got a white starter jacket on, walking up. I mean, clear as day when we watched it last night, and we're like, oh, man.
There we are.
All right. Well, I'm glad you've called and you've come clean. And Jesse, you're a trooper. And best of luck and
Thanks, guys.
congratulations.
Thank you, guys. Take care.
There you go. She was laughing the whole way through.
That's good.
It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Wonder if Miller's voice is paying the price at all today.
Well, I watched Sportsworks last night.
Yeah.
And he seemed to be okay. Voice seemed to be okay.
Okay, good.
Dan's a pro, man.
Oh, there's no
He
doubt.
takes care of those pipes.
Oh, good dude, too.
Yeah.
Really good dude. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. Walt, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Walt?
Hey, guys. Really enjoying your show today.
Thank you.
Just got a couple of things here, though, that I wanted to mention, and this has to do with Michigan. First of all, the Lions game, I'm still recovering from, but I ran out of Nerf bricks to throw at the TV. But I made it through. I figured, hey, they earned my dedication, no matter if I am going to be ripping the carpet up. It's okay.
Yep.
And it was a thrill. Gosh darn, it was a great game. But
Yep.
Doug, one other thing I wanted to say. I really enjoyed your call last week, Doug. You were on it. That game had me. Between Michigan and the Lions this weekend, I'm still recovering.
Yeah. Well, thank you.
I'm very concerned, and I mean this in all honesty. I've been watching Michigan football since 1957. I'll tell you how old I am. I was a kid, 10 years old, and I worked on the sidelines for years there. And my last year was Lloyd's championship team up in 97, so great year to quit.
Yeah.
But I am really concerned about the offensive play calling going on here. They've got to do something before the Ohio State game. They cannot bring that game plan to the Big House on Saturday. If they do, we are mush. They will stomp us. That is absolutely out the window. Take the playbook, throw it away. Okay, we've got JJ who's got loss of confidence. He's walking off the field with his head hanging. No. And to address what Gator said, yeah, you're darn right it makes a difference without Harbaugh on the sidelines. Yeah. JJ is heavily dependent on him, and it became so obvious. I was in denial on that, but it was so obvious in the Maryland game that I'm like going, what a time to have a screw up here.
Well, Walt,
this great team.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'll say this. First of all, I'm a little worried about JJ's health. And thank you for the phone call.
In what respect?
Well, he's dealing with something. He started limping around quite a bit late in the Penn State game after a quarterback run. They only ran him once against Maryland. And that part of the game plan is a big part of what JJ can bring to the table. And, another week, maybe he will be more healthy. But that might be impacting things too, coupled with the absence of Harbaugh. I mean, JJ and Jim, that's his guy. So yeah, they're a little bit shorthanded, and they're going to have to deal with that. As far as the play calling and the game plan, look, you could say a lot of the same things going into last year's Ohio State game, and suddenly they broke out and had all kinds of big play passing game, and they completed a bunch of passes downfield. So things can change. There are things that you say specifically for that game and that defense. Ohio State this year hasn't given up a pass play or given up a play, I don't think it is, of 50 yards or more. They've cut back on the big plays, and obviously Michigan had an abundance of them run and pass against the Buckeyes last year. Michigan really hasn't thrown over the top all that much, and they don't have a whole lot of long runs. Now, I don't think you're saving all your great run plays, but like another example is last week. 2 weeks ago, they broke out the Mammoth personnel with 7 offensive linemen and had some success with it against Penn State. And then Ladarius Henderson got hurt, didn't make the trip to Maryland. Then Miles Hinton got hurt. And the guys that made up the Mammoth personnel, they were a bit shorthanded. I guess Sharon Moore, let me see if I got this right. I think he just said that they expect everybody to be back for Ohio State. Hinton, Ladarius Henderson, and Roman Wilson. Somebody just tweeted that out.
Well, I think if history has taught us something, the cliche is you throw the record books out the window, right?
Yep.
Don't you kind of do that here?
Yep.
This game means everything for both teams. It doesn't matter what each team did or didn't do against Penn State, against the like opponents. It doesn't matter. What matters is the game on Saturday against each other, and we've seen this be a nice beat down from Michigan over Ohio State the last couple of years. I mean, they confused Stroud so much last year in the fourth quarter. I shouldn't say confused. He was just desperate, and then started turning the ball over out of that desperation. But it was the Michigan game plan that did that. The previous year, Stroud played really well, and it didn't matter. Michigan was too much. Is it going to be the same thing this year? I don't know if it'll be. I mean, the last couple of years, I thought that Ohio State was going to win this game. This year, I feel like Michigan wins it because I'm not sure about Ohio State's quarterback, and yet you can't discount that Ohio State might have the best player in the country, and you can't discount that now they've got the running game going with Henderson back and healthy, which is something that they didn't have earlier in the season.
Michigan's defense is going to be challenged. Here's the tweet I was talking about. Angelique Shingelis tweeted out, ask Sharon Moore about the status of Roman, Ladarius, and Hinton. Quote, all three should be good to go. So take that for what it's worth. 248-539-9797. Phil, you're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Phil, go ahead. Phil? I don't know. He's not answering. You've changed, Phil. Phil, are you there?
Phil!
All right. We'll circle back to Phil. Jeff, you're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Jeff.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Okay.
All right, Jeff.
I must say, I have, lifetime of conditioning with the Lions, and so I kind of don't believe anything that's happening in a way. But I'm thrilled, and I want to say about J-Mo, all right? I say J-Mo is a touchdown machine, and I think his stats actually back that up. If you look at last year, he had 9 targets, 1 official touchdown, but I think at least one of his touchdowns were called back, maybe 2. This year, 20 targets, 2 touchdowns, and I think at least 1 has been called back.
Yeah,
maybe
one
2.
called back last week, yeah.
All right, so he's got formally or officially 29 targets, 3 touchdowns. That's 1 in 10. That's a touchdown machine. Think about it. But if you add the ones that have been called back, that's at least 2 more. I know 1 was last year.
Well,
so let's say it's 3 called back. You got 30. You got 32 and 6 touchdowns. The guy's a machine.
What I'm excited about with him is that I don't even think he scratched the surface because they haven't begun to use him in ways that I think everybody envisions in using him. In jet sweeps or wide receiver screens, they've hardly even touched that. Right now, he's being used in a lot of ways as a decoy. He's being used. He was on the field a ton in yesterday's game when it came to the 2-minute drill at the end of the first half and the 2-minute drills they had at the end of the regulation. Yeah. I think he was on the field the entire time almost because they trust him in the running game.
Yeah. When he's open for touchdowns, he's wide open.
He is wide open.
Which tells you both his speed and something about his know-how is working.
He played 65% of the offensive snaps. That feels to me like probably his career high. So and Dan Campbell talked about a postgame. He's earning their trust.
Yeah, he's definitely earning their trust. I love the way he phrased it yesterday. He said, well, he's a member of the herd, and the herd has accepted him now. Mm-hmm. And then Jared Goff went off and said that he said 2 phenomenal weeks of practice or 2 great weeks of practice, I think is what he said. It's paying off for him. He's getting the opportunities. And as long as that quarterback has time to throw, it's a death sentence for the defense if you're trying to cover Jameson Williams because he's going to get open. He's just too fast.
And I've said it before, and I'll say it again. Even when he's not getting his targets and he's not putting up the numbers that he wants, and I'm sure the fans want to see, he's been engaged the entire time, blocking downfield, celebrating with his teammates. And basically, this is his rookie year. Doug, you bring up the snaps that Jahmyr Gibbs has gotten.
Yeah.
It's more than Jameson Williams, and this isn't Jameson Williams' rookie year, technically, but it's like he's a rookie as far as experience on the field. And so the more as long as he's mentally still checked in, guys, which I feel like is a big thing, especially for receivers, the rest of it will come because he's that talented. We see it all the time. He gets behind the defense. You just got to get him the ball sometimes. And the more trust and chemistry he develops with Goff, the more he's going to impact the game.
People out there, find somebody that loves you as much as Kang loves Jameson Williams.
I've never given up.
You'll be happy in life. 248.
Lego my ego.
248-539-9797, 97.1 The Ticket. Okay, something happened yesterday. I still can't believe it happens, but it happened. It happened to me. It happened to Gator.
Oh, easy.
No, I mean, it's.
What do you know?
Well, we'll get to that at 1246. 248-539-9797. Let's get right back to your open line calls. We go to Phil. You're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Phil.
Hey, fellas, great show again, as normal.
Phil!
Hey, I got a champ and a chump. First of all, my champ is Hutch for creating all the chaos back there. My chump is definitely Hutch. The man has no punting skills at all.
I don't know. I didn't see when the ball ended up. It looked like you just kicked the hell out of the ball.
Probably hit the rafters.
Well,
I'd say that's a
good
punting skill.
But, well, you know, probably only went 10 rows.
Wow.
So, I mean, And one other thing, I wish you guys would give a shout-out to whoever gave tickets to God about the 50-yard line halfway up. They really need a shout-out for that.
You mean the football gods being there?
Yeah, absolutely. Who else?
They were on our side.
You're welcome.
Yeah, that was you. Gator's got that direct connection.
Yeah. Clean living.
Yeah.
Clean living. Get you that direct line.
Gator's.
I got
Gator's
you, big fella. I got you 2 on the 50.
He's pretty tight with the man upstairs. That's Scott Anderson.
Yeah, all right. Yeah.
Rating down from on high.
My man.
And the Lions do unto others has so many times been done unto them.
Yeah, for a while there, the football god was sitting at the 50-yard line going, ooh, oh no. Let's change the luck.
Let us pray. 248-539-9797. We go to Travis in Detroit. You're next. What's up, Travis?
Hey, what's up, fellas? Great show. I know y'all feel good. 8-2 since '62. What's up? How y'all doing?
That's right. So the last time they were 8-2 was 1962. Well played.
Man, look, I enjoyed the game. I know you guys do a champ and chump, but my champ, I'm going to go out on a limb, is Branch. The rookie, I watched him. He was over-aggressive. He got some crucial penalties that I know it made people think of the same old Lions, but I did not. But when you look at his pass rushing and what he was doing, he helped solidify one side of the field and let Aiden open up in the fourth quarter, if you notice it. That's just something I saw. I think the young man is going to be sweet. I'm looking forward to what we have going. I can remember the teams from back when I was in the third grade, Dexter Bussey, 1980, all the way up, and this is the best that I have ever felt about my Detroit Lions. Let's go, baby. Thank you for taking my call.
Oh, no, Travis, you're welcome. And it's good just to hear people how they feel about this team and this group of players and everything you said about Branch. You know what he is? He is a defensive weapon. They use him all over the field. They love to bring him as an extra rusher. He's good in run support. He is obviously good in coverage. And no, 40-yard dash might not be the fastest, but the 4-yard dash is. And his ability to close, you play fast when you understand the game. He plays fast. Just a fun player to watch.
He leads the team in tackles for loss. He's got 7 now, leading the team. It's impressive what he has done as a rookie or anybody in the league, right? He's third on the team, tied for third on the team in passes defended. And this is a guy who's only played 8 of the 10 games.
Is he going to get busted ever for leaving a mouth guard in the top of his helmet?
They don't bust anybody. I
Okay.
mean,
Yeah,
I don't understand why the players don't use a mouth guard other than the quarterback.
Such a blatant misuse of a mouth guard. He plugs it in that helmet hole, and it stays there.
Yeah. It's a demonstration for the folks watching on Twitch and YouTube. Doug is grabbing the Detroit Lions helmet that we have in studio. Oh, I can't believe we just put the helmet on.
It goes right up here.
You put the helmet on.
I did. Where's the mouth guard go? Right?
A little higher.
Right there?
Well, I think
this hole, or is it
maybe
one
that
up
one?
front? Is
I
it
think
this
it might be that one. Yeah.
That's not where the mouth guard goes.
No, it goes in your mouth.
It goes right here.
Yeah, it goes in your mouth.
I don't know if I can get this thing off.
Well, talk nicely. And the demonstration is over with. I'm surprised you went for it.
Why?
I mean, you committed to the bit. I liked it.
Sure.
Yeah.
Little radio stunting. I put the helmet on. Nobody could see except Twitch and YouTube. But
I don't know. I mean, I think Jameson Williams lines up with a mouth guard hanging from his face mask every play.
Yeah.
And he's not alone. There's a bunch of them that do it. I don't know why you do that.
I don't either.
If you're worried about concussions, you know what would help out? Chomping on a mouth guard.
That is correct. That is correct.
I don't get it.
248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. We go to Jeff. You're next on 97.1. Hi, Jeff.
Hey, guys. Great show. I got a quick question for Gator and 2 quick points. So, Gator, are you done firing possums over your neighbor's fence?
What are you talking about?
Oh, man. You remember the call last year when you had a dead possum and you told us you fired it over the fence?
It wasn't a dead possum I fired over. I don't
No,
recall
it was a
that.
possum. Check the archives. Check the archives.
Huh. Okay.
I think I'd be afraid
It was
to
a
touch a
possum.
possum.
All right.
Oh, it was dead. That was what the whole call was about. It was a hilarious hour. You guys talked about it for an hour.
Was it us?
But anyway, I think something the fan base needs to get their head around. If this is what's getting crazy, it's games like yesterday, and the KC game is another one that we started with. This thing's really shaping up like it's going to come through Detroit. If this comes through Detroit, stuff just got real. Games like yesterday are absolute proof of that. I think Philly's probably going to lose tonight. I think Dallas is going to beat Philly. Frisco dropped 3 in a row. You need the stars to align a little bit. I bet you if the playoffs come through Detroit, if they end up with home field and 5 of our next 7 games are in division, I think, we might be favored throughout the playoffs at home. It's really starting to come together, and it's almost scary.
So we got a tweet from listener Chad Britton who made this point, and it's something that I'm hoping comes to fruition. We used to beg, could our football team some way weasel its way to being on the graphic? Now, this is a term we use, probably applies to the Red Wings this year, which is when ESPN puts on the chase to the playoff graphic up, you hope your team is on it.
Yep.
And that was the first hurdle to clear for the Detroit Lions for pretty much our entire time working together, is get on the graphic.
And they were on the graphic the last week of the season.
And Chad has pointed out that the Lions are not only on the graphic, they're trying to be at the top of the graphic. There is a legitimate chance that this team gets to the top of the graphic. Now, if Philly loses tonight, they still hold on to the number 1 seed because of the record in conference. They will have not lost a game in the to an NFC opponent. And the Lions have lost a game to an NFC opponent. They lost to Seattle.
But Philly, we talked about this before. Philly's schedule
Gone.
the next 5 weeks is just difficult as all hell.
Yep. They beat the Cowboys. That was game 1. They got the Chiefs tonight. Then the Bills, who kind of have come back to the pack here a little bit.
Although Bills won handily last night.
Then the 49ers. Then at Dallas again. Then at Seattle. So it's shaping up that, yeah, the Lions could take care of business. They'll probably be favored in more games. Well, Philly might be favored in many of those. But whatever. The opportunity is there. Not a ton of room for error. They got to finish strong. But yes, the Lions could be the number 1 seed, and the road to the Super Bowl might come through Detroit, which is hard to even fathom. 248-539-9797. All right, Gator, something happened yesterday. It happens to us all the time. And I didn't think it was going to happen this year, but it did happen yesterday in the Lions game. We'll get to that today at 12:46 here on 97.1 The Ticket. Dan Campbell, 248-539-9797. Yeah, the guys played well. So Gator, something happened, and during the game I said it, and then you admitted you said it. And Kang, I don't know if you said it. You actually pulled off a successful bubble yesterday, which was pretty well done. It included some real commitment. But you tell me if this happened. Did you ask yourself, who the hell is Quinton Bohanna?
I will tell you, the second I sat down in my seat yesterday, and they give you the packet that has like game notes and has the flip card, and then has the page there for the inactive list, right?
Yep.
So I still have it today. When it says Detroit Lions, elevated offensive line, Connor Galvin, and defensive lineman Quinton Bohanna, number 90, to the active roster from the practice squad. Yep. And then I'm looking at the those that were inactive. I'm like, well, I don't. Who's Quinton Bohanna?
So
made a play.
He did make a play, and I'm like, he made that play, and I'm like, damn it, it happened again. It happens once or twice every Lions season, and it's just the nature of pro football and the guys that are parked on the practice squad that you just don't ever hear about. And they'll get elevated on Saturdays. And I have to admit, Saturday's probably the day I'm the least in tune for a variety of reasons with Lions news. So I missed the news that Quinton Bohanna had been elevated. But he was elevated and then he made a play. And this will happen again, probably. But it's always so weird when somebody makes a play and you're like, how did I not know we had this guy?
Yeah, he made a play, right? It was the Bears' last drive of the first half, because I have in my notes, Doug, that Brian Branch had a pass defended at the 15, then a tackle for a loss by Bohanna. Who is he? 17-play drive that resulted in a 31-yard field goal. That's where the defensive effort, you look at, Jesus, it's a 17-play drive, but they only got 3 points.
Yep.
Thank you. Nice job.
Thanks to Bohanna.
Thanks to Bohanna, in part.
No, I actually saw that he was signed to the practice squad like the day before, but I had no idea he was going to be active or play. Yeah, I didn't know. Still don't know who he is, but I did see his name across the wire when they were doing transactions.
He apparently played at Kentucky with Josh Paschal along their defensive line. Big dude. 248-539-9797. All right, let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Derek. You're next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Derek.
Hey, how you doing today?
Good.
Hey, I was calling actually to give my champ and chump, man. Actually, I got 2 champs and 1 chump.
Okay.
My first champ is the Lions, man. The Lions played really well. The tailgate was off the hook yesterday, and I really loved it. I'm hoping that they go to the Super Bowl, but I don't know if I'm going to take it that far just yet. But my other champ is you, Doug, man. You played. I'm a huge Spartan man. But you did really good on the announcement this weekend, man. And I just wanted to give you a little praise on that and say, hey, man, you did an excellent job.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
No problem. Now, my chump is the Bears. Oh, my God. I don't know what the heck happened there in that fourth quarter where they fell apart, but it was so many Bears fans that was down there yesterday that was cheering on when they first went up. And all of a sudden, we snatched it right out of their mouth. And normally that happens to us. And it did not happen yesterday, so shouts out to the Lions, Dan Campbell, and the whole staff there. And I just want to leave it at that, and you guys have a great day.
Derek, it's amazing. The Lions are doing the exact opposite of what they've always done.
Yeah.
It really has me question, who the hell are these guys? And how the hell are they pulling this off? Because it is literally the opposite.
The Bears turned into the SOL.
All season long, we keep saying things that all applied to the Lions. And they are forcing opponents to be SOL.
The Bears had their opportunities to put this game away. They were up by 6 and had it 4th and 1 in deep in Lions territory. And they elected to kick the field goal to go up by 9 to make it a 2-score game. But what if they had just gone for it? I mean, it wasn't like the Lions were stuffing everything at the line. It felt like the Bears were getting that 1 yard whenever they needed to. So they didn't. That was an opportunity. Bears ended up with 3 instead of extending the drive, taking precious minutes off the clock, which they had done all game long. And then, those 3 plays they had the second to last possession were, run into the line, and throw downfield incomplete. That was a 14-second drive. This is a team that, like I just mentioned, had a 17-play drive, had several drives that were well over 5 minutes. But when it came down to it, where they really needed to put it away, they didn't.
248-539-9797. Dan is next on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Dan?
Hey, Doug. Hey, Gator. What's going on, guys?
Hey.
I don't know. Yeah, I think it started on the Lions bye week. I started following the Vikings season kind of just because I always like Paul Allen on their broadcast. And, with Josh Dobbs coming there, I know they lost last night in a close game. A lot of turnovers. He himself threw an interception in the fourth quarter. And the Vikings have been plagued by turnovers all year. But, how is Josh Dobbs? It seems like he has some talent, some skills. Justin Jefferson likely to be back for those final 2 games against the Lions. And then TJ Hawkinson has done well for them. How does that matchup look for the Lions? And to me, it looks not good, given how the Lions have done against mobile quarterbacks that have both a deep threat and then a sort of a short yardage passing game that's effective. How do you guys see those games right now against the Vikings that is going to be the sort of telltale crucible for this season?
Interesting. I haven't given it that much thought, especially I watched it play last night, right? And Dobbs, perhaps, it's a cool story, and he's really, really been I'm like likable and want to root for him. But if there was a high degree of possibility that he would sustain this, he probably wouldn't have bounced around so many times, right? And
that's what but I think you have other, examples you can see in the league that maybe there's success with the right coach, the right team, right time, right place.
Well, one thing's for sure, you mentioned it just briefly there, the Vikings do have weapons. It's not like they're devoid of it. And they get Jefferson back. You got Jefferson, you got Addison, Hawkinson, you've got a running back that's running his ass off in Madison, and then you've got a quarterback that can make plays with his feet and take off and go as well. I think it's a scary offense that they have, potentially. I'm surprised that Dobbs has been as good as he has been throwing the football. But I'm hoping that the Vikings will lose a couple games before.
And that doesn't matter.
And maybe it doesn't matter, but it will still matter for, jockeying for position and in trying to get the number 1 seed. But I think the Vikings are a team to be reckoned with.
I guess I'm significantly less worried about him.
I'm not saying I'm worried. I'm just saying I think that this is a team that they're going to be in the talk of being a playoff team throughout the rest of the season. They're 6-5.
What's crazy about the NFC playoff chase, and let me double check this here. Minnesota currently holds the last playoff spot. And if the Packers, Minnesota's a game and a half up on Green Bay. If the Lions beat Green Bay, they will be 2 full games up on Green Bay with 6 weeks to go. Like right now, the NFC playoff field might already be set with Philly, Detroit, San Francisco. I guess New Orleans, and New Orleans might not win the South. Somebody's got to win the South. Yeah, that might be the most thing that's in question is who wins the South. So Philly, Detroit, San Francisco, Dallas, Seattle, and maybe Minnesota, especially if the Lions beat the Packers, and whoever wins the South. I mean, you could make a strong case that that's going to be the NFC playoff field. And if Minnesota makes it in and Detroit doesn't beat them both times in the regular season, I guess it would be cause for concern. But as far as chasing them for the division, Lions have a pretty healthy lead right now. And we have reason to be chesty about the division. Sean's in Oak Park and next. Hi, Sean.
Hey, good afternoon, fellas.
What's up?
I don't know if you guys thought the same thing watching that Lions game, but all I could think about those last few moments was the Seahawks, about how when the Seahawks just smacked the ball out of bounds like that or out of the end zone, it was a touchback for them, and it was actually treated correctly this time. And it felt so good to just see something go in our favor like that.
Well, a different play altogether.
Yeah. But I mean, that was an illegal bat, and
Well, wasn't it like the Bears player that kicked it into the end zone to make sure it wasn't going to be picked up by Lions?
I think because he was in contact with Hutch and Hutch was pushing him, I don't know that it would have made a difference. I think that does make a difference, but yeah, even the illegal
Lions against Seattle was different because the Lions were trying to score the touchdown.
The Lions were the team going in, and it went out of the end zone they were going towards. This went out of the end zone.
Yeah, you're right.
And
I
that was
just wrong. My
because
bad.
there weren't points applied there, but it was a
Right.
touchback
Yeah,
in
'cause
Seattle's ball.
Yeah, different plays, but yes, they.
I mean, there's
thank
a
you for bringing up
relevant.
the fact the Lions got screwed against Seattle.
There was a relevant comparison, somewhat, but they were different plays. 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Champ and Chump last hour to get your votes in. 97.1 The Ticket. A few things here that I want to get to. Minor to major annoying things from yesterday's game.
Okay.
Yep. And we'll get to that today at 1-800-248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Short week. We do expect to have Jared Goff tomorrow. Don't know if it'll be at our normal time. It is at the normal time, Kang?
Yes.
So 10:30, we'll talk to the Lions quarterback, who is always a good interview. And he has no problem with self-criticism. And he was critical of himself at the podium yesterday. But there's a lot of reasons to sing his praise as well, because, look, you want your guy to go 27 for 27 for 450 yards and 5 touchdowns.
Without question.
But our guy didn't do that. Our guy had a bit of a rough outing, although, there was some circumstances surrounding 2 of the 3 interceptions. But none of that mattered when they got the football back with 4 minutes to go. A couple of amazing things about when they got the football back with 4 minutes to go. ESPN had a stat. With less than 4 minutes to go and a double-digit lead. Did you see this? Did you see the stat?
I think I was talking to some people in the press room afterwards, and I asked the question, anybody see what the ESPN probability win rate was for the Bears?
Well, that's something different. I do have that. But ESPN had this stat. With less than 4 minutes to go and a double-digit lead, NFL teams this year were 83-0. So this is the 84th time. But prior to that, it was 83 times that it had happened, and 83 times the team with the double-digit lead had won. Lions won that game. 2, the Bears' win rate probability peaked with less than 4 minutes to go after, I believe, a 4-yard completion to Sam Laporta. It peaked at 98.8.
Saying there's a chance.
There was a chance. There was a 1.2% possibility, and that 1.2% is what happened. So, fantastic comeback. Orchestrated by Goff, Ben Johnson, and the rest of the Detroit Lions offense and defense. Look, the defense is far from perfect, okay? They have to be a defense that just does enough. And where they just did enough is they stopped the hemorrhaging early in that game when they had given up literally 6 consecutive possessions that resulted in opposing teams scoring a touchdown. The last 5 possessions for the Chargers and the first possession for the Bears. And the Bears didn't face a third down on that opening possession. I mean, that was an example. That's a prime example of right down the field and scores. They made it look easy. You thought, wow, this could be a long day. But the Lions defense stopped the hemorrhaging. And then in the second half, first 4 possessions, the Bears either got the ball, like on the fumble kickoff, or drove into field goal range. And of those 4 possessions, the only one they scored a touchdown is when the Lions turned it over. The other 3 were field goal attempts. So the defense, again, did just enough. 248-539-9797. We'll get to minor to major annoyances from yesterday's game at 118. Let's go to Marvin. You're next on 97 on the Ticket. Hi, Marvin.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I appreciate you always. My champ and chump for this week. My champ goes to J-Mo. I was at that game, and, I don't know, man. I don't know what it is about him. Every time he was lining up wide, every single time he was pulling that safety over, and Goff doesn't go to him often. I know you can't do it a lot during a game, but, man, he really puts so much pressure on that opposing defense. And I just loved how much he was out there. I think he was a game changer for us, especially late. And my chump goes to Chicago's coach. Endless opportunities to win that game. Poor play calling, poor design, not aggressive enough. He was just all over the place. I mean, either you're aggressive or you're not. And I think he lost that game for him, their entire coaching staff.
Well, look, I mean, there's a lot of scrutiny on him. I credit the Lions for, taking advantage of any door that was left open. If Chicago left the door open, whether it's not going for it on 4th down or maybe not running Fields as much later in that game, whatever you want to choose, if the door was left a crack open, the Lions kicked it down, which is I'm very impressed with them.
Yeah, it's just, it's you look at our side and we're aggressive and constantly aggressive and we're trying to win the game. And, hey, I hope their coach stays. I'll take him for the next few years if he's going to be inconsistent. I love it.
That'd be great. We'd all like that, yeah. I don't think he's long for coaching the Chicago Bears.
Probably not. 248-539-9797. We go to Spencer. You're next. What's up, Spencer?
Hey, fellas. Hey, I just want to talk about how the conversation has changed with the Lions. You know, last year in the past, I don't know how many years, we would say, you know, they played a good game and then they'd lose the game. You know, yesterday, I would say they played a little bit of a rough game, a sloppy game, but we won it. And the change of being able to put the nail in the coffin and get the W in the end has made a huge difference between the Lions, the fan base. I just think that's the big difference here.
It's hard to believe that they won that game. I mean, it's really, really hard to believe they won that game, given all of the circumstances.
I was sitting in the stands. Yeah, I was sitting in the stands, and I was totally deflated. But I'm like, you know what? We got to stay tight, because the way they ran the ball down the field at the end of the first half, I knew they had a chance, but it wasn't a big chance, like you guys said. What, 1.2%?
Yeah. Yep. But they found a way.
Like Jim Carrey said in Dumb and Dumber. So you're saying there's a chance?
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm. They did not give up on that. 248-539-9797. Look, it speaks to the veterans and leadership on this team, the coaching, the culture. Things that used to work against the Lions are now working for the Lions. It's an amazing turnaround, and we're all here for it. Bob is next. Hi, Bob.
Hey, thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
I just have a question for you guys and would like your opinion about, we played Chicago yesterday, but if you look at Chicago, you know, going in all season from the start to the finish and up to this point, they probably, in my humble opinion, aren't a playoff team when it comes to the end of the season.
No.
So we fought them so hard, but the Lions' performance, oh, God, we won for sure, but come on, how do we do this moving forward when we get to playoffs, which we will do? I'm confident. Just looking for your opinion on that.
You mean if they play that way again, will they beat a playoff caliber team? Probably not. That was one of their worst performances of the year. I mean, the Baltimore game was probably clearly their worst performance of the year, but they were able to overcome it and find a way to win. But you know, you'd like to say that you're going to play at this high level every single Sunday, but if you look at the NFL in the span of an entire season, the best teams, even the best teams, don't do that. And this was an example of not playing your best and still finding a way to win. But no, they can't. They're not infallible by any stretch of the imagination. This is not a perfect football team.
Oh, yeah, I would love to see Philly play their worst game tonight against Kansas City.
Or just play bad enough.
I'd like to see them play their best game and still lose.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I mean, there's variances from week to week. I mean, Chicago offensively looks spectacular. If we're doing the show in Chicago, we're talking about things like, you know, the ability to finish drives, maybe running fields even more. But the truth is, as effective as he was, if I were a play caller for that team, I'm like, I can't keep running my quarterback. It's going to get him beat up.
But when the game's on the line.
When the game's on the line, they might have wanted to call something other than a zone read where the Lions could take away the quarterback keep. And whether they intentionally did so or not, I don't know. That's a question for Aaron Glenn. But you can also, they did just quarterback power right and left a couple of occasions too.
I was surprised at him coming off injury that they did that. And then Chicago, they might be asking too, maybe we shouldn't have thrown that deep ball. Maybe should have ran the ball, make the Lions use at least one of their timeouts. But
well, the injury he had was a thumb injury.
I know, but you can get played. You can get hurt.
Of course,
anything.
Yeah.
I mean, someone hits his thumb and breaks his thumb, and it's already compromised. And then I think it looked like he hurt his finger earlier in the game too. It was bleeding, and the hand looked swollen. But either way, I'm not a Bears fan, so I don't care what they do. So as far as the Lions is concerned, it's bizarro world Lions, because not only did they do something we have never seen before, you mentioned the stat, Doug. No team in 83 chances did what the Lions did yesterday this season and come from behind with that much time left, double-digit deficit. The Lions, like I said, we don't know what to do with our hands. This is crazy. Everyone's calling up today. They haven't seen anything like. Yeah, no one has seen. None of us have seen this. Doesn't matter when you've been a Lions fan. This is a real team looking for the number 1 seed.
248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback. 3 things that were annoying. Maybe some, I don't know. We'll debate how annoying or not annoying at all. We'll get to that today at 1:18 here on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket, open lines, 248-539-9797. All right, Gator, some things from the game yesterday I want to talk about. Some of this stuff I think is fair game. Others got irritated by it. Not necessarily irritating to me, but what did you make of fans booing during that game?
I think it's fair game. Yeah, I mean, I've never been a huge fan of booing something.
Mm-hmm.
Usually it's a neutral thing like the official.
Right.
But as far as the team, I'm not the guy who likes to boo the team, because you can have situations like what happened yesterday where they actually come back and then you feel stupid about it. But I get it. I totally understand it. If something happens in the game that upsets you, the real issue I have is when people boo, it's the preemptive boo. When they boo somebody coming in, like in a baseball game, they boo the relief pitcher coming in. Like, don't boo him yet. Boo him if he blows the save. Don't boo him because he blew yesterday's game. He's got a chance to erase his slate and get something going here. But I understood it yesterday. It was frustrating to see 3 interceptions. I'm sure people were asking themselves, are they going to make a quarterback switch or not? I think when they booed on the first play of one of the 2-minute drives where they tried to run the ball and they booed that. I'm like, let them cook. They got this. Right? That's I guess that would annoy me more.
Yeah, I don't particularly care. I know some people get worked up about it, but you pay your hard-earned money and you have an expectation, and if you're frustrated or whatever, I guess boo away. I'm not a big booer either, but I'm not big on telling fans what to do. But I do know that there were some people who were giving those fans a hard time when the game was over. And I'm like, look, if you're there and you paid your hard-earned money, be respectful as always. But a boo is a boo, and I think it's fair game.
I think the booing on that drive, Gator, was I can call plays in the NFL better than you.
Yeah, sure.
That was you're calling a draw here or a handoff. Come on, we need to score right now. Like every play is a touchdown play, when clearly Ben Johnson was setting things up. And hey, let's get some yards, let's get this thing going, and they scored quickly. Actually.
There's no question in my mind that if you handed a play sheet to a good percentage of fans, you would see so many more trick plays and so many more deep shots.
I'm going through that drive. This is how ridiculous it was to boo them, right? They get the ball with 4:15. 1st and 10 to 25. David Montgomery up the middle to the 29 for 4 yards. Boo! What happens next? 2nd and 6 to the 29. Goff passes to Laporta, pushed out of bounds at the Detroit 33. That goes for 4 yards. Now I got 3rd and 2. Goff, short right to St. Brown for 16.
First down.
Where are the boos? They're not there. 1st and 10 at the Detroit Lions 49-yard line. Goff, short middle to Laporta for 6 yards. 2nd and 4, the Bears 45. No huddle. Goff, short middle to Jahmyr Gibbs. Ran out of bounds after a 13-yard gain at the 32-yard line. And then the touchdown pass to J-Mo. And then you look at the clock and you're like, all right, carry the one. They only took 1:16 to score a touchdown and go 75 yards in 96 seconds. Maybe I should STF you.
Mm-hmm. So, look, I don't have a problem with it, but there is that. People watching on TV, how'd you enjoy the clock? Fox had some real clock issues, including in the first half when the Lions were in a 2-minute drill. Their graphic, the clock never stopped. The Lion went out of bounds. The clock kept going, and I'm like, what's up with the clock? And the Lions were taking their time. I'm like, how come the clock hasn't stopped? And then the clock basically ran out on the second quarter, and then it went blank. The game was still going on. They put a clock up again.
Oh, really?
That was running, and it was wrong. And then the Lions snapped the ball after, according to Fox's clock, the second quarter had ended. And the same thing happened in the fourth quarter. They were having some technical difficulties. And literally the last 3 or 4 plays, if you were watching on TV, had no idea how much time was left.
Would you call that a glitch or a snafu?
Maybe both.
Okay.
A glafu.
A glitch foo?
Yeah, something along those lines. Look, it happens. We have technical difficulties here.
Snaffage.
It was just an unfortunate time for a snaffage.
Or a snatch.
Easy.
Well, I just wanted to, the words.
Whatever it was.
Grabbing our attention.
It was very, there was a momentary freak out going on in my house. And I'm like, and that's one of those things that makes no sense. The Lions know how much time's left. The clock's ticking down. Why did they stop the clock?
Yeah, but I need to know how much time is left, Doug. Me sitting at home, I was pissed. It got to the point where I'm like, did they hide the clock somewhere? Is it some new, they always change the graphics, I feel like. And I'm like, where's the graphic now? Is this a game of Where's Waldo?
They eventually dropped the clock altogether from their graphic. Like the Lions are running plays in the fourth quarter, and I'm like, I have no idea how much time's left.
As a sports czar, I would like to propose a rule change for all football games.
Okay.
College or pro.
Yeah.
Can we all use the same graphics so we understand everything the same rather than having to change it from network to network to network?
Good luck with that.
I'm just saying.
Well,
it'd be
sometimes
nice.
I don't even know who has timeouts.
I don't know who's got
Like-
timeouts. Sometimes I don't know who's got the ball.
Well, sometimes they're lit, they're not lit to
Yeah.
regard like the timeout situation. I'm like, what?
Is
Is
let's
it
get all
red?
to be
Is
the
it
same.
white?
Yeah.
JPop1212 just pointed this out on Twitch. And again, you were at the game. You didn't notice that midway through the first quarter, suddenly we switched to warm-ups from the Nebraska-Creighton women's basketball game for about 3
I
seconds.
saw that.
What?
Yeah.
I go, what?
Wait, what?
Wait.
At first, I mean,
Am I
who else-
missing this game?
Yeah, it happened this game. And yeah, that's right. And but I immediately had who sat on the remote? Who sat on the remote?
Well, I taped it because I was in the bubble. So I'm like, oh my God, did I do something wrong? Like, did they switch?
Funny thing is, there was nobody else in the room watching the game with Doug. It was just himself. Who? Oh, it's just me.
Yeah.
Was it just you?
It was. And then, this is the other thing. No, it wasn't me. It was
You and the
everybody
cat?
was there. No, the kids were there. Then the other thing, this was annoying, but it was just like on third down, the Bears had a very effective play. It was called illegal contact defense, and some of those calls looked so weak. The illegal contacts, and I wondered if it was a particularly gratifying call for that crew to make. Like were they finding a lot of pleasure in identifying illegal contact?
Was it one on Branch where, like, I understand that there might be a bump going down the sidelines, but if you're not changing the route, do you call it?
Some of it seemed like completely inconsequential contact, but
There was the interference call in the end zone that they called against the Lions. I forget who that was against. I'm like, that's just, first of all, the ball's uncatchable. And second of all, that's not even interference.
yeah, well, it was certainly not catchable, but
Whatever. They won.
indeed, whatever.
Stupid officials.
248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. We go to Devin. You're next on 97.1. Hi, Devin. Oh, boy. I just, again, we get put on hold every once in a while. It's a dangerous game. But I think somebody works at the Hyatt and wants to know what reservation we're looking to reserve a room or something.
He's in marketing.
Let's go to Monty. You're next. What's up, Monty?
Hey, how's it going, guys? Great show today, as always.
Thank you.
I thought it was just me because I was drinking on some wine. I woke up and was like, why is the clock wrong? So I'm glad you explained it because I was trying to figure that one out, and I knew I wasn't sitting on the remote, but I did doze off here and there.
Yeah.
One of the things I am loving about yesterday's game, I think, we all were feeling like, here we go, the same old Lions. And I think we have to put in perspective, winning an NFL game is not easy. It doesn't matter if the team is a 2-win team, 3-win team, you actually have to play every week. And I was glad to have a game like that because now Green Bay just won. And so this is going to set up for a very good Thanksgiving game now where we all were probably thinking ahead like, hey, we're going to beat Green Bay twice this year. So I was happy for the game. And the Lions are actually starting to get some national exposure from the media heads. They're saying, hey, Detroit looks like it's going to be a stop.
Albert Breer wrote a column today about the Lions playing on Thanksgiving and, quote, being squarely on the marquee of the NFL and how different this is. No, we won't get that complaint. Through the years, we were mocked quite frequently as being unworthy of the national stage, but they definitely are a fun team to watch. People are on board, and people are accepting of the Lions being a good football team.
Well, you look at the 3 games on Thanksgiving Day. You got the Lions and Packers. Lions 8-2. Commanders at the Cowboys. The Cowboys are 7-3, and then you've got the night game, which is San Francisco at Seattle, 7-3 versus 6-4. So you've got 4 playoff caliber teams going in the 3 games. It's cool to see, and the Lions absolutely firmly implanted as one of the marquees.
Yep,
they belong there this year.
Thanks, Monty. Appreciate it. 248-539-9797. Champ and Chump. 2 segments left. Get your calls in. 97.1. Hey, if you're tired of itchy, dry skin and hair, call CGC Water and have a new Connecticut water softener installed. that'll keep your skin and hair feeling soft and looking great. Having soft and purified water offers so many benefits. So call 855-339-4242 or visit cdcwater.com. Save up to $1,000 on a K5 drinking water system when you purchase a Kinetico Premier Softener. Financing options available with approved credit. If you're not filtering your water, you are the filter. Don't be the filter. CDC Water Treatment and Plumbing, your authorized independent Kinetico dealer. Lions, of course, came back and won. And it was a tremendous come from behind victory after being down by 2 scores inside 4 minutes to go, a position that NFL teams were 83-0 this year. And the Bears' win rate probability was 98.8. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. We go to Kevin in Southgate. What's up, Kevin?
Hey, guys. I'm 49. Lions have been pretty disappointing much of my life. So the record feels good. We are headed in the right direction. But I'm shocked at the giddy optimism today. How many of these teams are good teams this year? Atlanta, Carolina, Green Bay, Chicago, Chargers, Vegas, Tampa Bay, and Kansas City without Kelsey.
Weren't the Lions shorthanded in that game too? Significantly shorthanded in that game as well. I mean,
that's one.
So hold on. Here's what I'll tell you. Yesterday, the Lions of teams in a playoff position going into yesterday's game, the Lions had actually the toughest strength of schedule of any of the NFC playoff teams. Then they played a 3-7 team, and it dropped down a little bit. Their strength of schedule, if you look at every team in a playoff spot right now, Kevin, in the NFC, do you know how many of them have a strength of schedule of above 500, that their opponents are above 500? Not one.
Well, the guy had a good
I'll
point
give
a
you an
minute
example.
ago.
Philly's strength of schedule, Philly leads Detroit. They're 8-1. The record of their opponents, their win percentage is .452. Detroit's is .451.
So the Lions play Philly right now. The line's going to be double digits.
Okay, but they're not. And they're not likely to play Philadelphia until maybe a championship game if they get there. But let's look at Dallas, for instance, okay?
Their opponent winning percentage is .373.
Yeah, Dallas's 3 losses. They lost at Arizona, they lost at San Francisco, and they lost at Philadelphia. The teams they've beaten have been terrible. So, I mean, it goes the same
and
way.
what happened when we played Baltimore?
Yeah, Baltimore's a really good team. What happened when the Cowboys played Arizona? It was a terrible team. And the Lions, at least their 2 losses are to 2 good football teams.
I don't know if you're understanding my point, Kevin. Basically, all these teams that they're at the top of the NFC, their opposing strength of schedule is very similar to the Lions.
Like, who do you think is good, Kevin?
I would take, well, I mean, there's a whole bunch in the AFC, of course, but
whomever.
Right now, Philly, San Fran, and Dallas, I would take over us any day of the week.
Detroit and Philly have virtually the same strength of schedule. San Francisco's is stronger. Dallas is way weaker. I mean, look, I'm just trying to compare. Like, you want to play the Lions haven't beaten anybody. They're not very good. You can literally apply your argument to pretty much every team at the top of the NFC.
You guys think maybe it's because the good teams are beating the bad teams?
And it's impacting.
You know what I'm saying? Like, and that's why the strength of schedule is very similar.
This happens a lot in sports where nobody's any good.
Right. Well, if you look at like San Francisco, who have they beaten? I mean, they have a win over Dallas where they smoked Dallas 42-10. That's a great win. Not taking that away. Outside of that, beating Pittsburgh to start the season, beating the Rams, beating the Giants, beating Arizona, beating Jacksonville. I'll give it, Jacksonville's a decent team, and beating Tampa.
Now,
so I understand what he's trying to say, but you don't need to slap the Lions down and like they've done nothing, because they played the schedule out. They're 16-4 in their last 20 games. This is a good football team. Okay, is Dallas better? Dallas is a scary team. They're a really scary team. They've got players and they got playmakers on both sides of the ball. And when they beat teams, they hammer them. San Francisco, awfully good team. Brock Purdy had a perfect game yesterday, quarterback rating wise. That's a really good football team. Philadelphia, obviously, a really good football team. So are the Lions. Now, are the Lions the fourth in that group? I won't argue that. You could say that. Maybe better than San Francisco. I don't know.
I'll just comfortably say the Lions' strength of schedule is pretty much on par with everybody atop the NFC, and I'm not that worried about it. Yep. It will get easier. That's the crazy thing, is that the Lions' schedule probably gets easier.
What hurts? What hurts is that they got beat by Baltimore, and it wasn't even close.
Nope, that was not
that
a
one.
good
That
day.
one leaves a bad taste in your mouth without question. But I think each team might have a game like that. You know, Dallas has their game against Arizona that they don't like. I'm sure that the San Francisco is not thrilled about losing at Cleveland or at Minnesota.
He's the kind of guy that says, "Oh, they only won the division because the division sucks. Oh, they only won in the NFC because the Niners were hurt. Oh, they only won the Super Bowl because they only had to play one AFC team." Like, dude, get over it, man. They're 8-2 in the NFL. It's hard to do.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Tony next on 97.1. Hi, Tony.
Hey, what's going on?
How you doing, sir?
Good. You guys kind of touched on something a few minutes ago about some of the weird calls. In my mind, it seems like the last 2-3 years, every team, every game, it seems like the officiating is suspect. There's a handful of calls in every game. I mean, you can go back to Kansas City game. That was unbelievable what took place. They even had ESPN had shows that talked about
the offensive lineman who was totally off.
The right lineman off the line.
False start every play.
And false start. And it's like, what's this? And then you have the expert referee comes on, oh, that's targeting or that's not targeting. And it virtually goes exactly opposite. And you got to ask yourself a question. Is it really that bad? Or, I'm not a big conspiracy guy, but I don't care what anybody says.
I think it's a difficult sport to officiate. That's what I think. I think it's really tough.
It is. You could call holding on every play, of course. I mean, we all know that. With that being said, when you add money to the pot, to the situation, aka gambling, legalized gambling, you can't help but think, how can you call some of these plays or how can you not call some of these plays? And nobody talks about it. I mean, where before, for years in every sport, it was taboo to even think about gambling. Now you guys are advertising, and there's a reason for it. And
I guess
somebody
you know
gotta
what?
Start talking about it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that it's us and it's today. I don't want to talk about conspiracy theories with gambling. You want to talk about it?
No,
No,
because I don't think it's really. There's a whole lot of difference between today and 3 years ago or 4 years ago before we had legalized.
Some could make the argument that because it's been legalized, there's even more scrutiny on the officials and heavier background checks on what they are and aren't doing than there was when it was all under the table.
Now, would I like to see some things change, which how games are officiated? Sure. Or what can be reviewable or not reviewable? Would I like to see decisions handed down quicker? There's something that seems obvious, but we can't review this. Well, it's obvious. Well, we can't review it. Well, maybe you should start reviewing it.
I kind of feel like it's a great June topic when things are slow or something, but
June.
Yeah.
All right. We'll table it to June.
Yep. 248-539-9797. We go to Robert. You're next on 97.1. Hi, Robert.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
We're okay.
Good. Yeah. So, just want to champion Chump. It's my Trump falls in the category of that Kevin caller, dude. Like, what are you thinking, man? Like, any given Sunday, dude, it changes it's literally any given Sunday. You gotta let the team cook. Let the team cook. But my Chump is basically like those bandwagon fans that left the arena and also were booing. My champ has to go to Monty, dude. Like, living in Chicago, the saltiest fans out here because Monty's with us, and it's the best. And I honestly think that he should have got the game ball yesterday. It's like, I don't understand why. I mean, I get why Hutch got it, but I think it would have been more appropriate for Monty to get that.
Maybe. I mean, hopefully he doesn't really care all that much. But yes, I hear you. You could have made a strong case for him. I always liked him. Had a football crush on him going back to his time at Iowa State.
Yep.
Wanted to see the Lions draft him. Talked about it before the draft. Went to Chicago. And his career in Chicago, I'd watch him and I go, maybe I was wrong. Maybe he's not that good. And then you realize Chicago doesn't have much of an offensive line. There are not a lot of weapons there. You see his yards after contact statistic. People weren't getting clean hits on him because he's so elusive and strong and the ability to break tackles. Now he's running behind a good offensive line, and man, he looks good. Man, he looks good.
Yeah,
and if it bothers Bear fans, kind of just a little.
Oh.
Yeah.
It's too bad.
Yeah. Make it a little bit sweeter. Hey, I want to talk to you about Hall Financial. We got a unique perspective in our family because we had an opportunity to work with them. And here's the thing about it. I remember back when we bought our house and it took forever to sign all the paperwork and the financing, et cetera, et cetera. The thing about Hall Financial is that they are committed to the client's best interest. They make it as quick and easy as possible to do a refi, and that's what we did with them. And keep this in mind. If a refi right now or other mortgage solution doesn't make financial sense for you, they'll let you know. Chances are your home equity is at an all-time high. It's an ideal time to utilize your home's equity to pay off high-interest debts and make home improvements. Accessing your home's equity has never been cheaper. With Hall Financial's no-fee loan, you can save thousands of dollars in closing costs and access your home's equity in 8 days or less. Start saving with Hall Financial's Cash Out Refi today by calling 866-CALL-HALL or chat with them online at callhallfirst.com. That's callhallfirst.com. Doug Karsch, Gator had some business to take care of. So, flying solo last segment here. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Mark. You're next on 97.1. What's up, Mark?
Hey, I've got a general question.
Sure.
Obviously, we don't win that game if we were playing a better team yesterday, but
probably not.
When do we stop going from being all giddy and excited about the Lions, which is, obviously it's great that they're winning, to going to, okay, we expect them to win. And like my dad called me yesterday and said, the Lions are losing, Goff threw 2 picks. And I said, Dad, they'll be fine. They'll be fine. Don't worry about it. And I didn't even watch the game. Because I've gotten to that point where, and I think the team is at that point where they think, you know what, we have a chance to win every game. I know everybody thinks that, but I really do believe the Lions think they can win every game, and they have a chance to win every game.
Oh, it's a personal question, Mark. I mean, you obviously have reached that point already. You're not, hold on, let me just ask you a quick follow-up. Are you choosing not to watch the games because you expect them to win the games?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, I had a lot of stuff to do yesterday for Thanksgiving. Had a lot of honeydews. I could have watched the game, but I had some time constraints. Okay. But my dad's all worried. He's like, the sky's falling, same old Lions. I said, Dad, they're not. They'll be fine. They're gonna win. And if they don't win, it's either self-inflicted wounds or there's a really good reason because they have enough. I'm gotten to the point by watching the game, and I think the team in the locker room have gotten to the point that says, dude, we expect. I know everybody expects to win every game, but I think they really have that mindset.
Had they lost that game yesterday,
every game,
I would have chalked it up to what happens in the NFL, where there's just some games that are played, some losses that are you just don't understand. How did this happen? How did that happen? I think every team in the league has a stinker or two. The best teams in the league have a stinker or two. It's just a matter of overcoming those, winning, your share of close games, doing what it takes to win. I expected them to win yesterday. Did I expect them to win down 12 with 4 minutes to go? No. Do I expect many teams to win down 12, 4 minutes to go? No. Even the best. Now, some teams, you get to a point, and you're right. Like, I'm sure Kansas City fans stay locked into the end and expect their team to win. So maybe it's multiple Super Bowls later, but it's a personal question. I mean, every fan's going to feel differently about their team and their team's success. And if that's the way you feel, your feelings are valid. I don't have to tell you how to feel, and neither do you. People feel the way they feel, and there's nothing wrong with it. It's your own feelings. So,
if the NFL was easy, winning games every Sunday or Monday or whatever,
yeah,
then why is gambling so hard? And even throw out the spread. You know what I mean? It's just not these aren't robots. They're humans. There's a humongous human element factor here where there's resistance on the other side, and this is professional resistance. Those other guys on the Bears or pick any pro team in the NFL, they're trying their asses off and they're talented. Mm-hmm. And you got to bring it every week. And if you're just off that week, because I thought watching that game, Doug, in the beginning, I thought, all right, I guess Goff is off this week. The Lions just don't look good. They don't have it. This is going to be a rough go.
Right.
But they came back and did something no team in the league has done this year and came from behind with less than 4 minutes left with a double-digit deficit.
To his point, though, had they lost the game, honestly, I would have felt like, okay, I expect them to be fine this year. I still think they're going to win the division. Maybe it's a big blow to their chance to be the number 1 seed. But, of course, if KC beats Philly tonight, then it would felt more like a missed opportunity, not a big blow. And they didn't miss that opportunity.
Yeah, so, it would have sucked if they would have lost for sure. And I think we expect them to win because we know they're a better team. 9 times out of 10 or 8 times out of 10, maybe they beat the Bears. But, yeah, I would have took it just like you. All right, that sucks. This happens. Don't let it happen next week, right?
248-539-9797. We go to Melvin. You're next on 97.1. Hi, Melvin.
Hey, man. How are you?
Okay.
My champ is Sorsdahl. I don't know where they found that kid at. I don't know how they found him, but yesterday he came in and played a phenomenal game. My chump is the Bears for playing such a dad-blasted good game, and darling, they're giving me a heart attack. Have a good one.
Yeah, Justin Fields is a pain to play against. Maybe it's more so for us than for. Here's the strange thing about Justin Fields that I just can't get over is Yeah, he shreds the Lions defense. He's rushed for over 100 yards 3 consecutive games. That's hard to do. And the Bears are 0-3 in those games. 0-3. And so you compile all those stats and gaudy numbers and all that stuff. The stat that matters, Lions got all 3 games. 248-539-9797. We go to Sam. You're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Sam.
Hey, how you doing, buddy?
Good, thank you.
You guys are, real quick, you guys are talking about weird calls. And yesterday, I was at the game. I'm 50 years old. Yesterday, they called illegal contact with the quarterback in the pocket, and I've never in my life heard that call. I don't even know what that call is. So then they show the replay, and it's like, what was the call? And it's like, I was looking at that. I just had to touch on that real quick, but that's not why I called.
I don't know why that seemed to be the favorite call of this particular crew is illegal contact downfield with the quarterback in the pocket.
I've never. I'm sitting here like, what is that?
Where did that come from?
I was nervous when they said Justin Fields was going to start because even though we beat them 2 games last year, he killed us, and now they have a blueprint. They've seen Geno Smith beat us. They saw Lamar Jackson beat us. Even though we prepared for Lamar Jackson to run the ball, he shredded us with passing. That he's never thrown for 300+ yards, but we prepared for him to run. So I'm like, Justin Fields got a blueprint. So I'm sitting at the game, and it's happening. And I'm like, I'm sitting there, got bubble guts. My head's hurting because we about to lose this game to another scrambling quarterback. Then with 4 minutes left, down 12. The vibe in fourth field changed. I'm getting kind of choked up because my dad passed 2 years ago. He's a big Lions fan, and I just wish he could see this team. But the vibe changed in the building, and what they did, I saw a stat on ESPN, 83-0 with teams down 10 points with 4 minutes left in the game, and this team has uplifted the city. It's just great to be around. And like I said, I wish my dad was here to see it, but it was really good vibe. And like I said, Justin, it kind of scared me yesterday, but this team is different, man. It's not the same on Lions. I didn't see SOL. It's just when they down like that, you haven't seen them do that. I went to every 0-16 home game when they went 0-16. So you had this heartbreak and kind of the SOL thing always there, but they showing you something different, and you gotta go with the team right now. You can't go with that same SOL stuff. So
Sam,
it was great.
What was your dad's name?
I'm Junior, so his name was Sam also.
Okay, well. Maybe Sam Sr. won that game yesterday.
Yeah, maybe he's taking us to the Super Bowl too. So, yeah, I appreciate that.
Yeah, let's all thank Sam Sr. for all the hard work he put in yesterday too.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Take care. Thank you for calling and thank you for sharing.
Well, thank you.
248-539-9797. Look, we went over the odds, the 83-0, the 98.8% winning percentage. Somebody called and thanked the football gods. We could just thank Sam Sr. 248-539-9797. Mike, you're next. What's up, Mike?
Hey, guys. Of course I follow Sam, but that's okay.
Yeah, good call. It was a good call.
But it was a great call. Thank you, Sam, for yesterday. So Champion Chump. So Champ is Jared Goff, basically quarter 3 and 4 of Jared Goff yesterday. For a guy that doesn't throw any interceptions, to throw 3, although his percentage has been as great this year, and then come back and throw 2 touchdowns in the last 4 minutes of the game. He is my champ for sure. The chump might be a little bit of a reach because I don't know how many people watch F1, but the chump is Las Vegas for the handling of the F1 events. When you have Max Verstappen, for those who have no idea who that is, it's the current Michael Jordan of F1. He called out Vegas for kind of doubling down with the show of Vegas and not so much the racing. And I think when you have an athlete of that caliber saying those things, it doesn't do any favors to the sport.
Thank you for the phone call, Mike. I fully plan on watching that. Sat down on the couch, woke up, race was over. It was like 4 a.m. I mean, at 10:30, was it 11:30 p.m. start time for us? It had been a long day, but hi, Rico.
Sorry it took so. I was listening to the caller who was getting all choked up.
Sam Senior won the game yesterday.
I'm sorry for walking in here so late, but
all right. No problem.
I'm sitting there like, wait, is this real?
No, it was a good call, and I think there's a lot of people that feel the way he did. I wish so and so was around to see it. For me, it would be my sister, but we all happy to see it, and I'm sure they're all watching. Mike made a bold proclamation to me. Is he ready to go all SEC today?
That was our show meeting.
Was it?
We minimally talked about this.
Yeah.
But it was, why does our school have Zeke the Wonder Dog and they have a real lion walking around?
I'm sure he's going to have all kinds of stories from his trip to the Southeastern Conference over the weekend. Have a great show.
Thanks, man.
Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Oh, Roberto with the fakest piece of television this weekend. It's a good catch by you in the Fox pregame. Not where we're starting the show today.
Jimmy going into the Hall of the Ring of Fame.
I never disagreed with a thing. Okay, the both of you can just bleep off to the sun. Let's get into what matters most. Now, while Rico and I weren't on the air Thursday and Friday, we do have thoughts about U of M. We'll get to it at 4. We have to talk about the Lions because it's going to go one way or the other. You know, you're northbound or southbound. It's confidence or concern. I mean, yesterday was not a work of art. Yesterday was not dominant. Yesterday was kind of what this team hasn't done. But yesterday, you either believe, and this is the number, this is where you can reach us, 248-539-9797. You either believe this team is showing you they are not a Super Bowl team, there are flaws, that defense is a concern, or that's what grit is. That's who they are. That every year there's going to be a game or two you just have to steal. You're not going to have that A game every day. Now, I know what camp I'm in. I know what camp Rico's in. I want to know what camp you're in. It matters. I mean, they are 8-2 for the first time in 60 years. Think about that for a second. So in the
selling them short, 62.
62 years. 2 years off your birthday, buddy.
Yeah. I was hanging out with JFK. Told him.
Rico was at the parade. 248-539-9797. What party are you in? I'll go second. I want you to deliver the message first.
Well, I did the pregame show yesterday, and I remember saying that this is a game you should win easily. This is the Bears. This is Justin Fields coming off of an injury. This is a game where the defensive line should go out there and pad their stats and kind of look the way they did against the Raiders. And I also said this is a game where you should feature J-Mo. J-Mo should catch a touchdown in this game, and he actually went out there and he caught a touchdown to bring them into one score of the game. Here was where I was wrong, because I'm like, if you go out there and play your C- game, you're probably going to lose. Well, I was wrong. They went out there and played a D game and still found a way to win. You don't apologize for a win, ever. So I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh, well, you won the game. You win by 1 point. You didn't cover, but you won by 1. You got to sing the fight song. Dan Campbell's howling in the locker room. You're sitting there at 8-2. But I still don't think you're a Super Bowl contending team. You got a lot of flaws. You've given up an average of 29 points in the last 4 games. Your defense, a lot of holes. I don't know what Jared Goff was looking at yesterday. He had 3 picks, should have been 5. Pick 6 just got dropped. Another one by a linebacker just got dropped. You're winning games. But that's a bad team in the Chicago Bears with a horrible coach who decided to run out the clock in the final 4 minutes. You won. You don't apologize. But I see concern. I don't see a team that can handle a mobile quarterback yet. And Fields was coming off of injury. That's a problem to me. You're 8-2. But I'll simply say
you're talking they were 2-8.
I'll simply say this. Hi, 8-2 Lions. Let me introduce you to the Minnesota Vikings from last year. They won a lot of games similar to this. Ask them how far they win the playoffs.
Now, I'm going to ask you a personal question before I sell the opposite side. I want to go back to your memory bank with Big Mama. Mm-hmm. Your grandmother who didn't have a name. You only knew her as Big Mama. Mm-hmm. What was Big Mama's method of punishment? See, my grandmother would hit us with a back scratcher. What was Big Mama's move?
Probably something like that.
Because that's what I'm about to do to you.
Oh, okay.
I mean, you've heard of the seasoning, slap your mama. Mm-hmm. I want to slap the taste out of your mouth. You don't ever compare this team to the Vikings last year.
Why?
You can pick any other comparison.
Why?
Because the Vikings are the biggest frauds in the history of the league last year. Okay. That is not the Lions.
If you're going to keep winning games like this?
No.
If you're going to keep winning,
erroneous.
No. If you're going to keep winning games like this.
Where's the back scratcher?
No, That was a horrible team. That was not a mediocre team.
It was not optimal.
That was a horrible team who had the ball over 40 minutes, had, 4 turnovers. Okay? You won. But if you can't see the flaws, then I can't help you.
What do they wear on their T-shirts? What do they wear on the hat? It's the word grit.
Okay. Hey.
Excuse me.
Lions meet the Vikings.
Hey.
Vikings meet the Lions.
Hey, see, again, the slander. The slander. Let me finish. It takes toughness and resolve to win a game you didn't have any business winning on a day you did not play well. I'm not arguing Rico's point. They played like ass. Now, 2 of those interceptions are not on Jared Goff. Hate to break it to you. When balls get tipped, things like that,
Sure.
That's just bleep happens.
Can I say something?
Oh, God.
No, I
Let him talk. Let him talk.
I agree with the balls being tipped, but I also for that, it's balanced out by the pick six, the 97-yard pick six that got dropped. So that's even.
I just believe when you look at a 17-game schedule, we always talk about it in college, and then somehow we change the rules for the pros. College, we go, you can't play your A game more than once, twice a year. The NFL, it's like we expect A+ every week. And while I expect it more often, Rico, you know this. I mean, the Niners had a game where they went zombie land against the Vikings. It was a weird game, and they lost it. I just view it that this was the Lions' zombie game, but they won it. Now, yes, the opponent's bad. I thought Fields was really good, quite honestly.
It was.
But overall, I think it's a testament to toughness. It's a testament to, look, what do we always say? Like, the hardest thing to do is you learn how to win. Like, you got to win games like this on your way to winning more important stuff. I can't tell you it helped. Like, the whole Super Bowl thing, you're probably right. And I hated their trade deadline. Shout out Chair. The point is, that's the truth. I understand, and you may end up being right. Hell, you might be right, but they're 8-2 for the first time in 62
Mike,
seasons.
This is not a right or wrong. I'm still seeing a problem, and your biggest problem is your defense and a mobile quarterback. Because if you look at the playoffs right now, Philadelphia, last time I checked, mobile QB, check. Yeah, Dallas, Seattle, Minnesota, all got mobile QBs. All present problems. You couldn't stop Fields with the Bears. This is going to be a problem in the playoffs.
All right, but time out. Here's what I would say. I mean, listen, if you think I'm being Joey Blue Skies here, go ahead. Who stopped Fields the last 10 weeks of last season when he was a one-man wrecking crew? Like, he's still – I understand the start of this year, it was like, what happened to this guy? I think that's on their staff. Right. I think yesterday they said, here's the deal. Everything that you used to do, we're going to do now.
Right, but, Mike, I look at this season. You played Seattle. What'd you do? Mobile QB. You lost. You played Baltimore. Mobile QB.
Baltimore might be the best team in football.
No, mobile QB. You got handed to you.
Fine, they have 2 losses. They're both the mobile QBs.
And you should have had 3.
Don't do the should have.
Mike, you had a hard time containing a quarterback who had a busted thumb, just got off of injury, and he was having his way with you. It was like prom night.
Get the back scratcher. All right, let's
you can use it on yourself.
Let's find out.
Because there's nothing but facts coming from here.
I disagree. I think it is slanted negativity.
How is this slanted negativity?
They are 8-2. They had a big comeback yesterday. Why can't – listen, you know, much like certain people, I'll stay away. You know what? Certain people don't think anything's wrong at Michigan. Other people live in the real world. I think we can have a difference here where it's like, dude, they're 8-2.
No, Mike, they're 8-2. You know what a Super Bowl team looks like because your team has won Super Bowl.
And they remind me of the Giants, okay? They remind me of Eli's Giants. You want the truth? There.
Really?
You've outed me. They remind me of the Giants, that they are flawed, yet they have a thing. Like, could I see this team win 3 games and get it done? Yes. They remind me of the 07 Giants.
So they'll be able to stop the mobile QB.
Rico, I will say it to you again. Not all flaws are the same.
Okay.
But the Giants had flaws, you have flaws.
Okay.
I'm making a point. They can do it. Will they? Probably not. But for Christ's sakes, What's the temperature of the show today if they didn't win yesterday? Would you be just like this?
I'd be very disappointed.
But they didn't.
And they won. And
they
as I said,
nutted up and got it done.
You don't apologize for a win.
You want them to, though.
No, I'm not. But I'm not going to sit here and say all is great because you're 8-2 and get ready for the parade. Because if you can't see what's coming down the line, I can't help you.
What's coming down the line?
Mike, I'm looking at probably about 3 or 4 more losses before this year is over. Oh, yeah, because you're going to have to go up against.
No.
Why not? I'm looking at what Josh Jacobs is doing for Minnesota, and you telling me you stopping him?
He's not good. Denver stopped him.
Denver, no, they missed a kick. Denver didn't stop him. They missed a kick. Oh, and speaking of Denver, you stopping Russ?
Yes.
He looks like he's Russ of 4 years
They'll
ago.
be fine.
Okay, that when we hit the point of they'll be fine,
Time out.
I'm going to read something.
David, to the main stage. What side of this aisle are you on?
Look, I disagree with the 3 or 4 more losses, but I'm on Rico's side here. That defense concerns me for this team. They haven't been the same since the Tampa Bay game. They got destroyed by the Baltimore Ravens.
Best team in football.
They played their C game against the Raiders and still won, but they have not looked good since they blew out the Buccaneers. Something's going on with this defense.
Wait. We're a week removed from them playing an A-plus game against the Chargers on the road.
The defense didn't play the A-plus game, though. That's what I'm worried about, Mike, the defense.
They've given up an average of 29 points in the last 4 games.
I'm fine with the offense. It's the defense I'm concerned about.
So let me ask a question. You mean to tell me that if you're an offensive-minded team, that makes you less? Why can't they have a better offense than they have defense and still get where they got to go? The Chiefs have a better defense than their offense, but yet we don't downgrade them.
Nothing wrong with that.
There is. You're telling me both. This defense is going to kill them.
Because, Mike, it's a cliche, but sometimes cliches are true. What wins championships?
Good football teams.
No, what wins championships?
I'm not saying what you want me to say.
What wins championships? Okay.
Back scratch.
In the words of Chris Berman, offense sell tickets.
Oh, stop it.
Defense wins championships.
What is this, 1987?
Still the same.
No, it's not.
Say it then. What wins championships,
What was
Mike?
the Super Bowl last year? What was that
What
final
wins
score?
championship?
Offense did.
And what happened in the end? Somebody made a defensive play to win the game.
No, they didn't. James Bradbury committed a penalty. Offense won. This is an offensive league.
Okay. Then you know what? All is well.
No.
Mike will be the grand marshal for the parade. Forward down the field. Let's go.
Roberto says all is well.
Oh, well, Roberto's agreeing with you. It must be well.
Roberto cried yesterday. That's a headline we weren't going to get to. Last time he cried that hard was when he found out that Mama Cass choked to death.
I am just very concerned about what I saw.
People, you're next. 97.1.
Guys, you've heard me talk about Specs at LTU. The winter semester is coming up. You need to reserve your spot if you want to get into the next semester at Specs at LTU. If you're looking to make a career change and get into radio, TV, graphics design, you want to give your opinion, whether you're concerned or not, Specs at LTU can help you achieve your goal. It's very simple. So what are you waiting for? Be curious. Go visit the website, ltu.edu/specs, to learn more about the broadcast media arts, the digital media arts and graphics communications program through Specs at LTU, located in the heart of campus on Lawrence Tech, right here in the city of Southfield. And once you're there, once you're on the website, then you need to make some magic. You need to enroll in Specs at LTU certificate program today. So remember, go visit the website, ltu.edu/specs, to learn more. Then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today.
All right, holiday season is almost here. Serta Mattress Black Friday sale. All the parties, shopping, cooking, dealing with family you don't like. You need rest. Right now, save up to $900 on a new iComfort Eco mattress from Serta or $100 off the Serta Perfect Sleeper. Serta mattresses, made right here in Michigan, have been for 110 years. Serta Black Friday sale. Go to Serta.com to find a retailer near you. And by the way, Lions are the focus. I mean, at what point are they going to have to pay people to watch the Pistons? Oof. Ooh-wee. All right.
When I heard the stat that in the last calendar year.
Oh, you like that?
The Lions have more victories than the Pistons. And you're like, no, wait.
And that follows the stat I gave you. Yeah. Since the start of the 1920 season, the Pistons are 83-233. That's 20 games worse than the second worst team in basketball. Tonight they play the Denver Nuggets. It should go great. All right.
Mistakes were made.
To the people, this is exciting, except Rico's telling me it's not.
It's exciting. It's just bigger fish to fry out there. It's concerning.
No,
you won
it's
the game.
Confidence building that you can win when you're not playing your A game.
Not when you're playing the Bears.
Okay, you know what? I'm going to Dan. Dan, how are you, sir?
Hey guys, hey Rico. I'm trying to get the psychology of this because we're 8-2. We're at the top of the NFC, and my wife always says this about the Lions last like 10 years. It's like that deadbeat dad that comes back, misses all your birthday parties, and this year he comes back and he's got a new wife, he's got a new job. Everything. You just haven't accepted that yet. I think you're still living in the past. You still think he's the deadbeat dad.
No.
This is the new Lions. It's okay.
Dan, that's not it.
I'm used to.
No, that's not it. I do think that you're the new Lions, but you still have the same problem. And I'm not talking about 10 years ago. I'm just talking within the last 2 years. Is mobile QBs just torches this defense?
Yeah, but Justin Fields has run for over 100 yards the last 3 games, and we beat him every single game. I mean, it's a problem, but like we're still that's one of the only problems we have. I think this is a pretty complete team, and to say that they're not Super Bowl contenders, I think it's preposterous.
Because you're gonna have to play at least 4. You're gonna have to play at least 4. There's 4 mobile QBs in the playoffs as of now. You're gonna have to play some of them. When you played Seattle for the last couple of years, doesn't turn out too well. When you played Philly, didn't turn out well.
Is a mobile QB? I don't really think he's a mobile QB. Geno Smith just killed us in the pocket this year. Like, they just killed us with short throws.
Right, but Geno Smith on the third down can go pick it up just like that. And you weren't stopping.
Yeah, he looked great yesterday.
Do you know what? They weren't playing the Lions. Because they played the Lions, they would have beat them. Playing that game, they would have beat them.
The point that Dan is making, and I'll expand on it. Mobile QBs kill everybody. Who shuts down mobile QBs? They can't. They break the code in the NFL. This is an offensive football team.
You said my defensive line is good enough. We're not going to make any trades.
I didn't say that.
Not you. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about this team. So therefore, I'm looking at this and I'm like, this is still problematic.
I don't like the emphasis he put on you.
I'm
not
like
talking about you.
Says the same man who's going to get a back scratcher.
Go to Brandon 97.1. Brandon, what's going on, buddy?
Well, it was exciting, but, I don't get how it can be exciting when Rico calls us the Minnesota Vikings from last year. That's not even what this team is at all.
I told him it's slanderous.
No, I didn't call you the Vikings. I'm saying if you're happy with winning games like this, then I'll introduce you to the Vikings.
Well, I think Brad Holmes, believes in this defense can do what we did at the beginning of the year, and I don't think that's why we didn't make a trade move. I know we're getting James Houston back probably January and CD Ducey same time, but I just think that this shows the Lions can win in different ways. This was like an old vintage Stafford fourth quarter drive, so I just think that the ways we're winning is very important later down on the season. That proves we can win different ways.
Brandon, if you think you're going to make it far in the playoffs, giving up 29 points a game, well, God bless you.
We just showed you we can
That's
get in
the
shootouts
Bears.
and the games
That's
against the
nowhere near a
Chargers.
playoff
Time out, guys. Hold on. Everybody calm down. Brandon, I want to help you. Rico, I don't want to talk to you, but I'm going to help both of you. This is a week-to-week league. Go through the next time you're sitting on the can, pull up every week of the NFL season, you're going to see a WTF result. Okay. So you saying it's the Bears has no value. Anybody can beat anybody in this league.
Right. I said for the last 4 weeks, Mike. Is it WTF every 4 weeks for these teams?
What's wrong with their win against the Chargers? What's wrong with that?
Mike, I'm saying I didn't say it was something wrong. I said I'm concerned because your defense is giving up 29 points a game. I don't know what's so hard for people to understand this.
If we can put up those points, though, it doesn't matter how good our defense is. Our defense has enough talent to get key stops and plays like against the Chiefs and branch that pick six. Mahomes was a mobile quarterback, and we stopped him.
All I want to say is this, okay? And Rico's going to yell at me, Brandon. I'm prepared for it. I'm a big boy. I'm not interested in just this small sample size. Look, on the whole, it's a 10-game season. Mm-hmm. Do you know they're top 5 in DVOA? Now, DVOA is the expected, like how you perform in expected situations. The Charger game's a great point to me. The whole game was played on 4th down, hyper aggression. Mm-hmm. It's very difficult in those moments to come up with pure, as you would, stops. I'm not going to kill them. They didn't play well. They had a bunch of turnovers. Why can't I just say, look, it's important to win in a multitude of ways?
Mike,
and they have.
It is. I'm not talking about right now. You're going to win the division. It's a bad division. I'm looking at, you get to the playoffs, you can't do this and win games. This is where you get disappointed. And then it's going to be like, wow, I can't believe I really thought this team was going to do something. I see concern. Okay, yes, you beat the Bears. You could call it whatever you want to call it. I'm just going to call the Bears a really bad team. But you beat them. Don't apologize. But if you're thinking you're doing this in the playoffs, it's going to be an early exit for you. Yes, everybody can have a bad game. But this defense is having a bad month. But I guess that's okay because you win games against bad teams.
No. And let me correct myself. They're 9 in defensive DVOA, 5 in offensive. I view it, if you're top 10 in both, you are one of the league's elite. I don't downgrade them against the Chargers as much as you do. And yesterday, look.
No, I'm not downgrading them against the Chargers because you went on the road and you got it done. That was, to me, that was your WTF game where, you know what? It was a video game and you pulled it out, but now it's like, come on. This is the Bears.
All right,
you're at home.
If they don't look better against the Packers, do this show.
Okay.
I think you're overreacting a little bit. That's coming from somebody who likes to overreact.
No, I'm not overreacting. You asked me, was it confidence to concern? I chose concern. Now, you chose to put me on the opposite side and make me the villain.
No.
Because I said concern.
You don't act like a Michigan fan. You don't get to play the victim here.
I get to play the victim.
No, you
What's
don't,
your
Santa.
Experience?
He wins. There's nothing I can say. That was tremendous. We'll get to more of your phone calls momentarily. Let's talk about Hungry Howie's for a minute. They're always working on new things. And thank God they'll be working on something new next month because the Kenny Cott pizza will get shelved.
I saw that pizza. The macaroni and cheese pizza.
You hang out with Kenny?
I was like, wow. That reminds me of when I was hanging out with Big G.
Not in this lifetime or the next. $10.99, $2 more at Buffalo Chicken or the jalapeno bacon. The bottom line, hey, if that's not your thing, stick to the regular menu. Mix and match, $6.99. Dinner's on the table in 20 minutes. Whether it's the specialty pizza for a limited time only or their standard classics, it's Hungry Howie's. Hungry Howie's Pizza. Get yours today. David, ticket text. We haven't checked in yet. Me here, the prince of negativity there. Exciting. I'm confident out of yesterday's game. Rico's concerned. Who's right, who's wrong? I mean, who cares? They're 8-2, first time in 62 years. I'm rolling with it. Rico's saying defense had a bad month, and it's going to be your undoing. I'm saying that's bull junk, and I'm upset with Rico. And that's where we're at. David,
right,
ticket
Dion.
text. Hey, by the way, is being down 42-7 at the half a good thing? Where are all the media boobs with this Coach Prime crap that they pulled at the start of the year? Where are you?
I wish I knew the Vegas odds that Northwestern would make a bowl game and Colorado would finish with the same record as MSU.
And it doesn't mean that I don't think Dion will work. No. But the over-the-top, I'm telling you, it's Coach Prime. It's just as bad as what they did Saturday when they gleefully ignored, Michigan just casually letting go of their linebacker coach 48 hours before a game. Big noon kickoff ought to be the Kremlin corner. Go ahead, David.
I could care less about Goff's 3 picks. He could have had 5. I wouldn't care. All that matters is that they won the game. That's from Kevin.
Now, hold on. You got to think a little bit more than that. It's not all that matters. What I'm saying is when you, in the NFL, you have to win in different ways. This is the same. I watched the Ravens lose to the Colts. I mean, we saw the Buffalo Bills. They should have lost to the New York Giants in like a 13-12 game. It's a weird league. I know it wasn't great yesterday. But, man, am I happy that they roared back and got this thing done. And you know what? When the defense needed to stop, they got it.
Oh, no. Props to Aiden for going for the chop instead of the sack. That was smart.
It's also the first time I realized he played yesterday.
Oh, wow. Interesting you say that because the defense I thought was great.
Hey, listen, it was not optimal.
Oops, did I hit that?
The Lions don't have a playoff defense. They had a chance to draft it this year. They had a chance at the deadline and didn't do it. Now it's too late. Someone's asking you, Rico, I'm curious if you were concerned about your beloved 49ers during their 3-game losing streak.
I absolutely was. Absolutely. I'm like, openly, we don't do San Francisco radio, but I told you guys, maybe you were right. Purdy may not be the answer. Let's hope Justin Fields get let's go by Chicago and they go get him. So, yes, I was very concerned.
Someone says, not a Super Bowl team. The defense still sucks. They aren't going anywhere with that defense. Philly, San Francisco, Dallas are still better in the NFC. That is from Mike.
And you know what, Mike and Mike, maybe it's just because I value defense more than offense.
Your QB's a rat. You deserve that one. Now we're even. Wow. Tommy's up next, 97.1. What's up, Tommy?
Speaking of Tommy, isn't that your quarterback?
It's not great. Tommy, how are you, buddy? Yeah, buddy.
Good, Mike. Hey, Rico.
Hey, Tommy.
I was listening to Rico yesterday, and Rico was so right. I was listening to him, and he said, you know what? The only way the Lions can lose this game is if they turn the ball over a bunch of times. And they did. And damn it, they darn near almost lost this game. Rico was so right. And you know what? They got lucky. They got lucky to come back and win this game. Rico, you were right, my man.
Well, and Tommy, I appreciate you listening on Sundays. Thank you so much. It's not about being right. It's just more, I thought that this was a game where you just go and put your foot on this team and just beat them and kind of get your defense back right and get J-Mo some touches.
You would have thought Justin Fields would come out like that, and he did. And, I kind of did, because I'm like, well, that's what happens. That's what I'm thinking is going to happen this Saturday against Ohio State. That quarterback is going to come out. He's going to have a game. We're going to have to, respond. And it's like, well, what's going to happen? We have to do what the Lions did. We have to just don't turn the ball over and respond. And, Rico, you were right, man. The Lions turned the ball over, and we came back. And,
let me help
Tommy,
you with
they
something here.
They found a way to win.
All right, now hold on. But before we turn Rico into Bill Nye Science Guy level of intelligence, You do realize if you're +3 in the turnover category, you're 29-4 this year. Wow, if you don't turn it over, you win, and if you do, you lose. Up next, Rico solves pancreatic cancer.
No, it's turning.
I mean, really.
No. 1 or 2 turnovers happens. But you're out there like Oprah just giving, you get a pick, and you get a pick, and you get a fumble.
A couple of bounces didn't go their way. Let's go to Craig.
2 pick sixes that were dropped.
How's Danny DeVito?
It's Tommy, and I hate his guts. Why did they win that game? Craig, 97.1. What's up, Craig?
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
What's up,
What's
man?
happening?
So I am happy, but I'm concerned. I was not happy with what I saw, and to make a playoff run, we're not going to go that far. And kind of thinking back, Chase Young looks pretty good compared to Donovan Peoples-Jones at this point. I don't think he's done anything for us at this point.
Listen, everybody wanted them to make a move at the deadline. I don't argue it. But what does that got to do with yesterday?
I could have helped the defense out more than our offense.
I agree. But the whole point is, does yesterday make you concerned or confident? Which of the two?
After what I saw yesterday, I'm more concerned. I'm on Team Rico.
You think so? Hold on. Team Rico thinks they're going to lose 3-4 more games this year.
I don't know about 3. I'm very concerned about Dallas. And honestly, if it comes up to it that we're playing Philadelphia or even Kansas City in the playoffs, that we're not going to get that far.
All right, and Craig, noted
If
you play Philly, you're in the NFC title game.
If you play
Kansas City, you're in the Super Bowl.
I just got one question for you, Mike. When did you run into Will Smith? When did you run into Will Smith?
I mean, I love people's concern. Well, if we run into the Chiefs,
yeah, you're in the Super Bowl. That you should not be concerned at that point. At that point, this is not I want to be right. I want this.
No,
team.
you do. You love being right.
No, Mike.
Love it.
No, Mike. It's like every draft. Like I want success here for Detroit because I see Detroit fans and they love this team, which is why I'm like, hey, go draft defense. Every year I keep telling you, go draft defense. I don't like your line. Your line is suspect. Nah, it's okay. Okay, is it?
It's good enough.
Okay.
It's good enough.
All right. I do want to see success here. Sorry that look, defense wins championships.
Oh, for Christ's sakes. You know what? If you had a quarterback, you'd have a Super Bowl. And I don't know your defense. You want me to rewind that play against Kansas City where that goofball male model Garoppolo airmailed a sure touchdown? You'd have a Lombardi. That ain't got nothing to do with defense.
Well, if they would have stopped Kansas City one less time,
Why
they would have
don't
won.
you get a quarterback?
That's called defense. They have one.
No, they don't. They got an imposter.
He had a perfect quarterback rating yesterday.
Yeah. Hey, it's Christian McCaffrey. No one's covering him. Sick throw, bruh. Let's go to Ben, 97.1. Hello, Ben.
Golf wasn't making them yesterday.
I hate you.
How y'all guys doing, man? Y'all cracking me up.
What's up, man?
I agree with both of y'all. I mean, David, Rico, I agree with you. Mike, I need a double cheer toss for that trading deadline, man. Thank you, man. Listen, I agree with y'all, Rico and David. I agree. They winning games. They are winning games and they have the potential. But what happens when they play against one of them kick butt defensive teams? And Mike, this is what I agree with you too. But the Giants, man, I thought that New England would kill them dudes, man, in both of those Super Bowls. But like you say, they found a way to win the game. So I don't know what's going on, but both of y'all got all 3 of y'all got good points. But I gotta, they gotta come up with some defensive players, man. I don't, it's just like Holmes. He don't know what to do to cure this team. It's like the Tigers could never find a damn closer. But go out there and get this damn defensive line together, and who knows?
Look,
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, you got it.
Appreciate it.
Ben, look, I'm never going to argue they don't need more. Every team in football needs more. Philly needs help in the secondary desperately. The Niners could use an offensive lineman. All right, the Chiefs could use a wide receiver. You want me to keep going? Everyone needs something.
Everybody has a flaw. It's just, man,
you could use a quarterback.
Yeah, you know what?
You really buy. You know,
Mike,
I don't even want to go there.
You want the truth?
Yeah.
No, if Fields becomes available, I make the call, and I do whatever I can to make him a Niner.
But yet I got to listen to Brock Purdy and
but right now,
QB rating.
right now he had a perfect QB rating. Mike, it's okay to give somebody. He went out there. He had a perfect game.
He stinks.
Okay.
248-539-9797. You know
He's no
what?
Donnie DeVito.
You're acting like I wanted that to happen. I hate my team.
I know.
I hate the fact that they won. They didn't deserve hot water for the showers. I hate them.
Yeah, what's up with that?
Great segue. Moran Buick GMC. They make car buying simple. Winter holidays right around the corner. Moran wants to make sure you get ready to hit the road with family. The Acadia seating up to 7 at Moran Buick GMC. The Acadia, $267 a month. They got the Sierra double cab, $344 a month. Both 24 months. Both $19.99 down. New stock arriving daily. Moran Express for all your certified service. You get that loaner vehicle whenever you schedule that service. It's always fast, always easy, and you always get the best price, period. It's on Telegraph, just north Eureka and Taylor, or at MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. All right. We're off to a good start. Rico and I are already fighting. Lions fans are divided. Yesterday's game brought me a level of confidence that they can overcome bad things and goofy stuff.
You know what yesterday's game was?
Well, according to you,
No. As you like to say, Mike, it was a game where both things could be true. It was a game where, because I thought about it, it was like a game where everybody who said Jared Goff can't be our franchise quarterback, and then it was, wait, Jared Goff can be our franchise quarterback.
It's almost like Washington had no business beating Oregon State, but they did.
Yeah.
Rats.
Just like they beat everybody else.
Oh, shut up. You and you and Cookies are really, you're not the same person. I mean, you're much more striking and masculine. The point is, you just want to be right so bad. You can't have a conversation.
I can't like Washington?
No.
Why is that?
Can't wait till Oregon beats them.
Hey, man. You dumb.
Yeah, you dumb. You number one, okay? You number one.
You dumb.
When did you meet Will Smith?
Doomsday.
We'll get to your calls momentarily. Did it instill confidence or concern in you? The miraculous comeback against the Bears. Not your best work, but guess what? I think you need to win games like that. You're going to have to win in different ways, persevere. It makes me feel better because I'm telling you, when a team in the NFL believes, no matter what happens to them, that they're still going to win, that is a real powerful thing. And I think you're building that. Rico's saying, that's cool, Mike, but this defense stinks. What side are you on? So we'll get to that momentarily. Let's go on the board, take care of some business, and then we're back at it. Oregon State lost. End of the week with a loser. I hate everything. I've been awful in the NFL by my standards the last 2 weeks, so be very careful with this one. What's that?
That's UW. Washington. UW.
Oh, I have a simpler way to communicate that.
UW.
Am I crazy for leaning Chiefs tonight?
No.
I don't like this Eagles defense, and Mahomes laying less than a field goal is a demon covering spreads. It's when they lay to bigger numbers. Then you factor in it's Andy Reid off a bye, who's like 1,000,000,002.
I was about to, yeah.
I kind of lean to the Chiefs tonight.
Weather may not be great. No, you're not. You're not crazy.
Okay.
As a matter of fact, I was going to play. I just took that out of my play. Like, I'm not going for either side.
Just going player props?
Because I hope to see an entertaining game like I saw in the Super Bowl.
Now, the families are meeting tonight. Mm-hmm. The Swifts and Kelseys. It's on.
Thank you. Great setup. That was Mike with an 80-mile-an-hour fastball right down the middle.
Little room service fastball?
Because here's your parlay for tonight.
Let's hear.
Travis Kelce, anytime touchdown. Pair that with DeAndre Swift, anytime touchdown.
Mm-hmm.
Plus 332. It'll give the announcers something to talk about for the next 5 weeks.
It's fair.
Swift and Kelce. See what I did?
Oh, my. He may have went to a fake high school, but he got into Harvard.
High school was real.
Garden City Lutheran proper, or whatever the hell it is.
Go Leopards.
Kenny, what do you got? Because your Islanders pick sucked the other night.
Yeah, it sure did.
No, it didn't. They were up 3-1, but the Islanders' penalty kill is horrendous.
Yeah, not ideal. Not ideal.
It's not your fault. You had the right idea. It was an emotional Bo Horvat return.
I don't have any right ideas. If I was going to bet tonight, I would bet the Rangers traveling to Dallas plus 115. I'm not betting any of these games. I actually am going to join you and bet on KC, though.
Doesn't it feel...
KC at home laying less than a touchdown.
And it's
Pat
Reed
Mahomes.
off a bye week, which is just so hard to beat.
Does that mean that we're thinking the wrong way about this one? Then it seems too easy to go the other way.
I'm the bleep hole who said Oregon State was going to win, so look at me.
So would it be a disservice if I wanted to throw an extra leg into the parlay?
No. You can do whatever you like.
If you throw Swift and Kelsey along with a Jalen Hurts, the tush push, brotherly shove, that's now at plus 960.
Good heavens.
See, you're on the right. You're going the right way because mine is Kelsey and Hurts. Hurts has 7 rushing touchdowns this year.
David, if they get to the 3-yard line, they
guaranteed.
can run the tush push.
Yeah, first and goal from the 3. Yep, you already know what's going to happen.
Yep. So if you do the Kelsey Hurts, that is plus 273. If you add the money line for the Chiefs, that is plus 539.
The only thing I would tell you, if you like the anytime touchdown stuff, something Jim and I have given out a few times this year, and it's worked for the people. I mean, they're not always going to work, clearly. It's gambling, not winning. Rashee Rice for the Chiefs. He's become a red zone target for them. I think the light has started to come on for him. And he's caught a few of the touchdowns. He usually pays somewhere in that neighborhood of plus 200.
He's at plus 200 tonight.
Rashee Rice could be an option for you. They look for him. It's almost Kelsey being, quadruple teamed. A lot of times you see Rashee Rice in the back of the end zone. It's just, hey, really accomplished player, physically imposing guy at SMU. It's starting to click.
Well, hey, here's one for you for later on in the week.
No, Rico just added that. It's
No,
plus a
I'm just
gazillion.
saying, later on, anytime touchdowns, I don't know what it's going to be, but just go Blake Corum and go Marvin Harrison Jr. because you're going to win money.
Is there an over-under on when another staff member will be fired? I'll take the
Hold
under.
on, let me check.
I'll take the under.
It says I don't have experience.
I'll take the under. We have a lot to talk about with the Michigan OSU game, and I know we'll get to it as the week goes along.
Also says you don't have sources. Go ahead.
Well, weird. Yours have been wrong about everything. That's what happens when you listen to the Kremlin. All right.
Come on, man.
What?
Forward down the field.
Okay, then. David, that's on the board. Let's get back to the lines. All right, FanDuel, Thanksgiving week. Right now, new customers get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 money line bet. That's $150 if your team wins. Tons of games, including Thanksgiving Day, obviously, NFL and college. Visit FanDuel.com/ticket. You can fill up your plate with a few parlays and some player props and nonsense. FanDuel, the official betting partner of the NFL, and official betting partner of 97.1 The Ticket. Must be 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 pregame money line wager required. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem, 1-800-270-7117.
All right, we're brought to you by Hall Financial. Pistons drop 11 straight. They're an 8.5-point underdog to lose their 12th straight tonight. They host 9-4 Denver at the LCA, 7 p.m. right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Lions a 7.5-point favorite Thursday over Green Bay at Ford Field. Lions review today, 5:35 right here on 97.1. Former Lions backup quarterback Tim Boyle is now your new starting quarterback for the New York Football Jets. They will play Miami on Black Friday. Monday Night Football, Kansas City by 3 over Philadelphia, so say the odds makers. Michigan favored by 4 of Ohio State Saturday at the Big House. It will be the first time Michigan has been favored to win the game in 5 years. Coach Sharon Moore today says wide receiver Roman Wilson, who was injured Saturday, is expected to play on Saturday. Michigan falls to number 3 in the latest AP Top 25 college football poll. Ohio State moves up to number 2. Inside Michigan football tonight at 7 on WWJ News Radio 950. And TSN reports they are considering a midwinter classic game between the Detroit Red Wings and the Columbus Blue Jackets, which would be played in the Horseshoe. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Jeff Lesson. For more 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Not going to repeat what Rico just said, but welcome in for the 3 o'clock hour. Kenny, I can't wait to share with you what this man just said. We'll do it in the break.
Get out of context.
Nope, doesn't matter. Confidence or concern. Look, I'm thrilled with the Lions win. You got to win games that are ugly. You got to win games that you don't play your best. And they're 8-2 for the first time in 62 years. It builds a confidence in me that even if things aren't going well, I mean, a couple of those interceptions were tipped, and the bounces don't go your way. Not everything's working. Your defense has a bad day at the office. You can still win. It makes me more confident in them. Rico's more concerned. A month of the defense not playing really well. The inability to check a mobile QB. Rico's concerned. You think it's going to be a harbinger of things to come, of losses that will stack up. I just don't.
Well, one of the losses comes, I think, the next time you play Chicago.
Oh,
No, Mike, because it's a stat that you told me about Jared Goff out in the elements.
It's not great.
Yeah.
That I can't argue. Kenny, you are yet to express an opinion today. I know it's a holiday week, but we're all working, so let's participate now. You didn't give us a hockey pick. You're a jerk.
But I will say this.
Hold on. What?
Watching hockey with Kenny was exhilarating last week. Kenny and I became best friends.
Did you yell shoot the puck at all?
I did, and then he moved and came inside the studio and watched.
Got it.
It was a grand opening, grand closing type situation, that's for sure.
Confidence or concern, yesterday's win?
Right after the win, if you would have asked me, my answer would have been different. It was concern after the win, but the more I thought about it, the more I became confident. They didn't play their best game defensively. When they do play their best game defensively, you can tell. That wasn't their best game, and they still ended up with a win. That's a sign of a good team. You don't play your best game, somehow you end up winning anyway. The offense overcame the defense, and the defense stood tall at the end of that game. That's all that you needed to do, and that's what they did. I come away more confident than concerned at the end of the day.
Which side are you on, people? Let's get to the people. There's your setup. We go over to Drew, 97.1. Drew, what's going on, buddy?
What's going on, guys? How you doing today?
Good, sir.
I'm my concern and my confidence level is probably about 80% confident, 20% concerned, and I'll tell you why. I watched every snap of that game yesterday, and I think you guys have said it a couple times. You know, good teams overcome bad mistakes in games and find a way to win. And I think this team is still learning to win games. I mean, just 2 years ago, they were 3-13. They were 1-6 to start last year. They got on a good roll to end last year. Didn't make the playoffs. So I'm really feel encouraged with the way this team is learning how to win games. And that goes from the head coach all the way down. I mean, Campbell's game call is getting better every week. And if you look at the other side of the field yesterday, 4th and 5, you kick a field goal to go up by 12, you're thinking Chicago should have been thinking, we don't want to give Detroit the ball back. But because we haven't done anything all day, they felt confident they were going to stop us. And guess what? We ended up winning the game. So I'm really encouraged. I do have concern because we do have some holes. But my last point I'm going to tell you is I'm really encouraged with Mr. Williams. I mean, he's really, I know there's only a couple of plays, but guys, he caught the ball.
Wow.
No.
Wow.
No,
Congratulations.
Drew.
That's a kid finding the toilet.
No, Drew, I thought that this was a game where you should feature him. I thought that the Bears, you go out there, and at the end of the day, J-Mo should feel really good about himself, and you should have confidence in him. At least that part was true. I thought the defense as well. I thought, man, you should go off and just bottle up Fields, tee off on him, turn this into the Raider game. That didn't happen. But Aiden did get these. He was smart to go after the strip and not go after the sack. See, I can say good things.
Wow. What a moment. Kelly, 97.1. What's up, Kelly?
Oh, my name's Charlie. Sorry.
Charlie, welcome. Sorry about that. Kenny's already drunk.
No worries.
Welcome aboard.
No worries. No worries. I called in to talk about Chicago's defensive game plan, but first I gotta tell you, my buddy, we call his wife when we're watching football. She always calls him and busts his balls, so we call her Mrs. Buzzkill. I'm going to start calling Rico Mr. Buzzkill because I was feeling so good until I started listening to your show today.
That's right.
Sorry, man.
Talk to him.
Good Lord, Rico. Enjoy it. We're 8-2. I'm 56 years old. This is incredible. I'm confident, Mike. I'm on Team Mike.
I'm saying this. Enjoy your win. I didn't say apologize for the win. I'm just concerned because I see something in this defense that's not there.
If the defense doesn't play well against Green Bay, you have every right to roll in here Monday and go Charlie's friend's wife mode, buzzkill mode.
It's not buzzkill mode, but
they're going to play well on Thanksgiving, and me and Charlie are going to enjoy it, damn it.
Because, Charlie, I want more for this team, so I'm more concerned than confident because I'm seeing a pattern here.
I do, too. I want to see more for this team, too. I was live at Scott Mitchell's last game. I want to see more.
I mean, it's just like, I don't want to sit here and just be like, oh, it's great. It's not.
Look, I just feel
Rico, we held them to 3 field goals when we really needed to hold them to field goals. And didn't we stop them without any points after Goff's first pick? The defense did make some plays.
They made plays, but you had to come back. You were down 12, which means that you also gave up some plays.
The biggest level of concern, Charlie, honestly, it's when the Bears got the ball with like 12:50 to go. They shouldn't be able to take 7 minutes off the clock, 8 minutes. I mean, Rico has a point.
So, yeah, it's just I see a pattern. It's just like, okay, because, as you know, it's the NFL. Sometimes things happen. Okay, bad day at the office, but it's starting to be a lot of bad days piling up on each other.
All right there, Bobby Buzzkill. Just take it easy. Let's go to Keith, 97.1. Keith, what's going on?
Hey, how you guys doing? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Keith.
So I'm going to take a little umbrage to Rico comparing last year's Minnesota Vikings to this year's Lions.
It was hurtful, wasn't it?
No, hold on, Keith. I'm going to let you. I said if you're happy with this winning this type of way, then I'll introduce you into Minnesota.
Okay, so now you're walking it back a little bit.
No, I'm not walking it. No, Keith, I'm not walking it back.
Trying to tell you you weren't comparing them to the Minnesota Vikings.
Keith, I actually said that I'm not walking it back, but you didn't hear it clearly. So I'm just
I was listening to the whole show.
Okay, you know what? That's the beauty of the rewind. Go ahead.
No, so I'm more confident than concerned, ultimately. And I think what no one has really brought up is earlier this year, we beat 4 teams in a row by double-digit points. Minnesota last year won 11 games by having a horseshoe shoved up there, you know what. Like, this is not that team. This is a team that, yesterday they had a bad game defensively. Against Baltimore, they had a bad game defensively. They gave up a lot of points to the Chargers. But I still think they can win. Now, what they're doing is learning to win in the regular season, and I think this year is going to be learning to win in the playoffs. And I think, they're probably not Super Bowl worthy, but I think they're going to not get bounced like Minnesota did, in the first game.
All right. Yeah, okay, time will tell. But if you don't fix this defense, because you're putting up double-digit points, but there's going to come a time where you're going to have to win a grinded-out game where first team to 13 or 17 wins. You're not going to be able to put up 40 all the time.
Oh, you mean like the night they played the Chiefs?
Yeah.
That was 21.
And I get it. And we've done that sometimes this year. The Atlanta game wasn't pretty. We only scored like 20 points, but we handled them defensively. And ultimately,
I feel like, Charlie, they have won in a multitude of ways. We've seen some low-scoring wins, some high-scoring wins. We've had a come from behind. And, oh, by the way, Bobby Bottle Service over here is being a little negative. There was a streak of like 4 or 5 straight weeks they beat everybody by double digits.
That's what I'm saying.
They've kind of hit the board here.
I mean, they won by double digits, but I'm still looking at the amount of points that the defense keeps giving up.
And I get it, Rico. And ultimately, no one should be happy with that. But I think anyone.
This guy across from me loves it.
This year has been a magical season. And
I'm happy with it because I think hold on, Charlie. Hold on. I'm happy with it because I think I have a decent idea of what the NFL is.
I do too.
You're not going to win the way this ain't Burger King.
No, it's
you
not.
You don't
Burger
have it your way every week,
Mike. But when you're giving up a ton of points, that's concerning to me.
Okay, time out. They're number 5 in offensive DVOA, number 10 in defensive. You act like we got the Giants defense out here.
Mike, you can pull a stat for anything.
No, I'm saying DVOA is a comprehensive analytic about who you are.
Or I can just look at this team and say, you know what? You're giving up a lot of points.
David, pull up points per game and see where it ranks.
Go ahead and use your analytics. I'm going to use my eyeballs.
Oh, come
I trust my eyes.
That's fine. You know what? You and John should be roommates.
I trust my eyes.
Oh, meathead theater.
Oh, no.
Come on, Rico. You got to give the Lions their props.
I'm giving the Lions their props.
Why don't we put Rico in a morning, call it Meathead Mornings?
I give them their props, but I simply, you can find a stat for anything.
I didn't pull a random stat. DVOA means something. It takes into account every down and distance and the expected outcome and how you perform.
So basically disregard what I saw for the last month and just look at the DVOA.
It's about factoring in totality that they are still in the top third of defenses.
Right. And I look at the last month and I'm like, this is concerning.
They are giving up 22.9 points per game, which is 11th worst in the league.
Okay, so that's what, 20th, 21st?
Yeah, pretty much.
If they were at 15th, would you feel better?
Talking to me or Dave?
Me personally, yes. That's a few spots for me, so
I'm
it's not
looking
crazy.
At this and I'm like, this is concerning to me.
But in the last 4 games,
analytic stuff and blah, blah, what doesn't matter. You're giving up a lot of points.
Don't give me the blah, blah, blah. This isn't
okay, yada, yada, yada. Whatever you want it to be.
Back scratcher.
Oh, I'm sorry. This, you know what? My bad.
I can't wait until you
My
do
bad.
it. Hey, want to be in the radio business like me? Chair right to the medulla oblongata.
My bad. This is the backup dancer should know his role section.
No!
So,
no!
Sorry about that. I've stepped out of line. I've offended my brother Noomsy.
Oh, no!
Know what movie that's from?
No.
Oh, it's one of the worst movies ever, but it's funny.
Oh, no. What? The hell?
I have no
What the
idea
hell is that? Does someone from behind the glass want to explain what I just heard?
They talk about stealing.
No.
He said he was black, so.
No, absolutely not. No. Rico, what just took place? And I'm blaming you for this.
I'm blaming you for this. I have no idea what just happened.
I am utterly vexed, if you will. Are you going to read something?
I'm waiting for the chair drop.
No,
Okay.
no, that's going to be real.
Okay.
When you're not looking.
All right, let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area that's leading the way. Hamilton, Chevrolet, and Warren. Andrew and his sales staff want to be your Chevy dealer because they're going to guarantee you the lowest payment on your next Chevy, period. They're going to find you every discount, rebate, and incentive to save your money. Hamilton's inventory of new 2024 Chevrolets are in great shape. These cars and trucks are ready for immediate delivery, and the selection is best right now. Now, including, the end of the month is coming up. the November Rico deal, a new 2024 Chevy Equinox LT for just $249 a month for 24 months. You walk in with $995 down, you get 10,000 miles a year. Yeah, you heard me right. A Chevy Equinox LT 2024, $249 a month. You know what I say? The best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Stop in and see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet. You tell them Rico sent you and make Hamilton Chevrolet your Chevy dealer. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. That's HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet, find new roads.
All right. The amount of big truck accidents that result in a fatality in the state of Michigan, the numbers are staggering. The attorney you choose is absolutely critical. They need a specialized knowledge and an expertise to handle these complicated cases. David Feminini and his team have exactly that. They have helped victims for over 25 years, and they are ready to help you now. If you've been injured in a big truck accident, call 855-6 65CRASH or go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com. All right, we're talking Lions. Miraculous comeback. Quick turnaround to the Green Bay game on Thursday. I'm confident. I think wins like yesterday, they matter. Not everything's going to be pretty. It's the NFL, week-to-week league. You see weird stuff all the time. I'm good with it. Rico more concerned based on the defense and a few weeks now, a month basically, of giving up too many points. So which side are you on? David, ticket text, we'll go to the calls.
100% confidence. You gave an NFL team 4 extra possessions, 3 extended drives because of penalties, and your defense did not play well and still found a way to win. I am confident. Someone says I have confidence. They're 16-4. Their last 20, they're learning and getting better. That is from JT.
That's where I'm at. You're establishing a standard. You're building in what it means to play here. And look, I understand the hats and the T-shirts, and we don't like catchphrases, but the grit thing, that's what they want to be built upon. It takes a level of that to accomplish what they did yesterday. I don't care who you play.
I'm okay with the catchphrases because whatever rallies a team, that's fine. I mean, but when I look at this, I guess when you play bad teams, I expect you to beat a bad team and treat them like a bad team and not let the bad team hang around. I'll give you 1 or 2, but I mean, when you play the playoff caliber team so far, your record is 1-2. That's why I'm concerned. Because if you're struggling against a team like the Bears and you're 1-2 against playoff caliber teams, I'm not seeing a defense that can really propel you to the Super Bowl.
I remember when Rico said he would be all in if we were 5-3 at the bye week. Well, we are 8-2 going into Thanksgiving, and he's giving Colin Cowherd energy.
Ooh.
Come on, Rico. Jeff at work.
No, because I want this team to do better, and I see flaws. I don't drink the Kool-Aid. I'm not going to come out here and say everything is great and awesome. So, yeah, I don't know. By saying your defense has to play better, think about that. If that's the only criticism I have, it means you have a good team. I just want you to be an elite type of team with a better defense.
I'm just glad we haven't taken the slanderous Jared Goff calls. Guy basically has 30 good games, and he has 1 off day at the office where not all of it's his fault. I am proud of the people. We haven't had that phone call today.
Well, that's if you were not here and I was doing it with cookies, I'll probably
forget about it. You shouldn't even show up to work.
No,
today.
but when I watched that game, I'm like, for everybody who said Goff, you can't pay this guy, you were right for the first 57 minutes of the game. And the last 3 minutes, you were wrong.
Let's go to Juan, 97.1. Hi, Juan. How are you?
What's up, fellas? I got to start off saying to Rico, come on, man. I mean, these type of games are learning lessons. You have to face adversity. And look at your last 3 Super Bowl champions. Kansas City lost to an Indianapolis team last year they shouldn't have lost to. Tampa, when they won a Super Bowl, they had an up-and-down season where sometimes people was like, oh, this team is not as good as we thought. You're going to lose or some of the games, and some of the games going to be close. I mean, God forsake, we were just a year and a half, 2 years from saying this team was terrible. So how do we expect for all of a sudden us to be, a 14-3 team? No, this team is learning. It's a working process. So, yes, it's going to be tough games. In the future, it's going to be tough games.
Right.
For us to pull that victory out,
And
huge.
Juan, I'll say this then. Come on, man. Get your defense together. If you want to go to the big boy table, you need to play better defense. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying this team is bad.
That, Rico. But look at Tampa 2-3 years ago, right?
I'm looking at the Lions right now, Juan. I'm not looking at Tampa. I'm looking at the Lions. And you have the offense. You got the skilled players to do it. Your defense is letting you down.
Right. But, Rico, answer this question. Did you think this defense was going to be superb before the season started?
No.
Exactly. So now, to me, they may be overachieving a little bit better than what we thought.
No, but here's the thing, Juan, and I was willing at the beginning of the season to say that because I thought that they would make some type of a move when you got to the trade deadline. They doubled down and said, we don't need to fix this defense. So now I can criticize it. I was willing to wait to see what they were going to do, and they opted and said, nah, we're good.
When this all shakes out, they're going to be a middle-of-the-road defense with upside. They'll be a top-5 offense. That is factually good enough to win a Super Bowl.
Yeah, nobody goes to the bottom 30 to the top of the list overnight. They was in the bottom of the 30 the last X amount of years. So, yes, if they're mediocre, I'll take that. It takes time. Maybe next year they'll be top 10.
And Juan, then this is where I'm going to blend what Mike has said. You better be the number 1 overall team because you don't want to play middle-of-the-road defense with Jared Goff outside in the elements.
No, and guess what? If they lose a few more games, concerned. If the defense continues to regress, concerned. I happen to believe the quick turnaround, little wake-up call, they'll dominate Green Bay on Thanksgiving Day, and away we go. If they don't, I'll have to sit here and listen to you.
And see, I was where you were at after that Raider game. Like, you know what? Man, a good thing you played the Raiders, but you'll fix it. You'll go into the bye week. You'll get this thing worked out. No.
Let's go to Paul. 97.1. Paul, what's going on, brother?
How you guys doing?
Good,
well,
Paulie.
Mike, I agree with you. Rico, I'm a little disappointed in you. I don't know if you remember me. I had called you, a few months ago when we first started the season, and I defended you because Mike was on. We got to get excited about these Lions, and you were still, no, these are the same old Lions. We need to be they need to prove it. And I said, well, no, I've been a Lions fan for 60 years, if you want to call that. And I still was suspect, but I was admiring Mike because, he's getting me excited. I was excited about the Lions. And now it seems to me like you've done just a flip. Okay, Mike's excited about this team. I'm finally excited about this team. And you're kind of putting a damper on that. I'm ecstatic that they're 8-2. Mm-hmm. I'm ecstatic yesterday that they came back in 4 minutes to win that game. Rico, do you know what Kansas City's defense was ranked last year?
No, tell me, Paul.
16th.
Okay. Paul.
They were the number 1 offense.
Paul.
He was number 3 for last year.
Paul, you can have enthusiasm for a team, but also say that the team has flaws. They're not mutually exclusive of each other, and I think people are taking it, oh, you're hating on the Lions. No, I'm saying you look pretty, but your dress is unzipped, so you may want to zip it up.
I agree with you, Rico. I'm concerned about the defense, too, but you can't take our enthusiasm away. I'm with Mike. Let's see what happens on Thursday. Let's enjoy the moment. I was listening on the radio because I was coming home. I was driving home, and they were down 26-14 with 4 minutes left. And I looked at my wife and I go, no, it can't be the SOL. And they came back. I was in total shock because they've done something they really have never done. And that's why I'm on board with Mike now. I think we should be excited about the Lions. Whether they make the Super Bowl or not, I don't really think, to me, personally, that is the question. I'm excited about them, and I've never been this excited about them in 60 years.
Paul, you should be excited. All I said was I'm concerned. You don't apologize for a win because you won the game. Never, ever apologize. But the question was, are you confident or are you concerned? And I'm like, I'm more concerned than confident.
Yeah, I'm more concerned than confident. I agree with you there, Rico. But in the meantime, let's enjoy this moment. They've done something.
Look, if we're here in a few weeks, right, and the defense continues to regress, Rico's going to be completely right. Okay? Like, I admit that much. If we're a couple weeks away from the playoffs and this defense looks the way it's looked the last couple of weeks, there is no planet where I will fight Rico. I'm just not ready to go there today. And I'm more impressed by the comeback. And look, is the recency bias, hey, 8-2, 62 years since they've been this good. You're right. I'm probably letting the immediacy of that win get to me. But I feel like this is the mark of a good team. Like, here's what I don't like, and I'm not saying Rico's doing this. I'm saying some of you are. If the Cowboys or the Eagles or the Niners won that game exactly that way, people would be tripping over themselves to give them credit. Versus if the Lions do it, we have to besmirch it. I don't want to do that.
And see, I want people to enjoy this victory. I never said don't. I've said it over and over again. You don't apologize. You won the game. You got to sing the fight song. The question, I'm just concerned a little bit because I expect more from this team. I'm sorry.
No, you're golden. I just want to make sure, we don't have David telling us we're number one.
Go Tigers.
Hungry Howie's. The folks over at Hungry Howie's constantly bringing in new products, new things, new pizzas. They got their monthly deal. We always defer to it, the Kenny Cott Pie, as we're calling it, the mac and cheese pizza. Anything but traditional. Your choice of flavored crust. You can try a medium today for $10.99, $2 more. Add buffalo chicken or jalapeno bacon. It's the Kenny Cott. If you're more of a traditionalist, no problem. Feel free. Stick to the traditions. $6.99 on that mix and match combo. Get dinner on the table in 20 minutes. The offer doesn't last forever. The mac and cheese pizza available for a limited time only. Head over to Hungry Howie's and get yours today. David, a few of the ticket texts. We'll get to the callers. What do you got, buddy?
Great teams need a scare and adversity to stay great. That is from Greg in Detroit. The penalties on defense and the turnovers were the catalyst to the defense looking poor. Nothing more, nothing less. That's what happened yesterday. Someone says, give us Rocco. Rico is too negative.
Well, so we're creating an alter ego. Rico is negative. Rocco is party time.
Okay.
And apparently they're mixing the two of you up. Someone says, Rico is salty about the Giants and trying to drag everyone down with him. Go Lions, Jared.
They've now combined opinions into one person. No, I'm salty because I had finally convinced Big G. Tanking's the move. He has a list of quarterbacks to watch. We were good to go. And those bozos come out and win against the Commanders. That has nothing to do with you.
Welcome to the Valico show.
It's DeVito. Oh.
You know what? I do hate the Giants so much. From fraudulent back when Lawrence Taylor was on cocaine. They should just take away all their Super Bowl wins.
That's fine.
I just hate them all.
That's fine. Respect. Justin, 97.1. Hi, Justin.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Yes, sir.
Man.
So I'm happy that they won, the Lions, but I do have one concern, and it's maybe two concerns just centered around the quarterback position. Because we know the league is about stacking the quarterback, right? Like the pass rusher is almost number 2 besides a quarterback in terms of your most important position. So the reason I'm concerned is that just Justin Fields just highlights what Jared Goff isn't. Jared Goff is a statue, and he's really, really good in the way he plays his game, right? But then I watched Sunday Night Football, and Josh Dobbs, who I know, Mike, you say is not very good, and obviously was let go for a reason, but 3rd and 20, all of a sudden can just scramble. Jared Goff does not have the ability to do those type of plays, whereas Justin Fields, Josh Dobbs, Jalen Hurts, even Patrick Mahomes, even Aaron Rodgers, even those types of guys who are mobile-ish, Jared Goff is a complete statue. And even on that 4th and 2, when you go back to the Chargers game, most other quarterbacks would have just ran for more than 2 yards, and he had to sit there and look into different reads. I just don't think that style of quarterbacking in this age is going to ever win a Super Bowl.
So what do you want to do?
I know Stafford well, I don't want to let it go. I'm concerned for that reason that I think I'm ready to win a playoff game maybe, but I think Rico has really high standards. I don't think we're going to win a Super Bowl with Jared Goff. And I love Jared Goff. I think he's really good. I don't know. I don't think Eli Manning, Giants, even Stafford to win that Super Bowl, I just think he got lucky. I think you need, it's 2023, I don't know. I just think you need a mobile quarterback who can actually rush for 50-plus yards. And those type of plays, those 3rd down plays where he can literally...
you want to steal a first down.
And Josh,
I get it.
And Justin, Josh Dobbs looked, he did look good last night. I was just like, who is this? He keeps playing like this, and Cousins is going to be doing
Cousins
QB2.
is gone regardless.
It's going to make it a lot easier.
Okay, fine. The whole point is, fine, you want a mobile QB. All right, noted.
That wasn't me.
No, it's just, you don't get to have it all. You didn't take a QB number 1 overall.
In all fairness, we went an hour and 40 minutes before we had a golf game.
No, and I'm not mad about it. I'm saying if you're telling me you don't believe you can win a Super Bowl with Jared Goff, then you have to get rid of him. That's what you're saying as a caller. I think you can win a Super Bowl with Jared Goff. I think you can.
No, and you can. And here's what happens. When you see even Josh Dobbs running around, Justin Fields picking up, making first downs, you kind of wish your guy could do that too. And when he doesn't, you have a little quarterback envy.
Look, here's the one thing I would tell you. Take away, Goff played a few starts in his rookie year. Goff is in his 7th season. How many losing seasons has Jared Goff had as a starting quarterback? 2. 1. His first year here with the worst team in football.
Wow, they didn't have a losing record his last year in the Rams? Wow.
Nope.
I thought they did.
I thought they did too, but
No,
wow.
They went 9-6. And again, I'm just making a point. If we're going to knock him for what he's not,
COVID.
let's at least compliment him for what he is. When that guy's under center, and yes, he can't do it by himself. He ain't Mahomes. He's a winner.
And in all fairness, I have not knocked Jared Goff.
No,
because
not you.
I keep saying,
not you.
That's your quarterback.
That's right.
Pay the man. Now, I have
my
come up with a news.
quarterback.
I think maybe they should go the Cousins route, and you just keep franchising him. You're going to get $45 million.
That's going to be shows in February. Can I not do that right now?
Throwing that out.
Matt, you're so negative.
Belenko.
Matt, what's going on? Matt?
Hi, guys. Thank you so much for taking my call. How you doing today? Can you hear me?
Yes. Oh, yeah. Loud and clear, Matt.
Can you hear me? All right, good. All right, Rico. Mike, I want you to pick up your chair and throw it at Rico because he was Rocco yesterday. We were listening to you. Thank you. My son and I were listening to you on the way down, and all you kept saying, thank you, first of all, for jinxing the team, because you kept saying, if you buy one, you get one free. Win today, and we're going to get one on Thursday, and the Lions are going to be 10-2, and you're literally jinxing the team.
No, I still believe you're going to
what do you do
win.
next? Jinx the...
Wait, didn't you win the game?
Okay. Here's the thing. If you take a look at it on any given Sunday, any team can rise up and beat anyone. Dallas lost to Arizona. Who bet on that game? Seattle lost to the Rams just yesterday. Phillies lost to the lowly Jets. The Bills lost to the Jets, the Patriots. Green Bay somehow, some way beat the Chargers yesterday just because the guy dropped the ball.
Okay.
Houston,
So where are we going with this?
keep singing the praises of C.J. Stroud.
Okay, Matt, I have the
Houston lost to
NFL ticket. I've
Carolina.
seen the games. Where are we going with this?
So what I'm saying is this. The team did exactly what you predicted. There were all these turnovers. You were handing the ball to them on a short field. That defense had to stop them under 4 turnovers. You never win a game with 4 turnovers.
And I said that's the only way that this game is close, because you're much better than the Bears. And I expected the Lions to be better than the Bears. Sorry, I got higher expectation. But I do. I thought that they would go out there and roll the Bears.
Yeah, but
Listen,
case in point,
this.
though, fellas, case in point. All right, look, Dolphins and Raiders yesterday. Okay, the Dolphins, to me, played very poorly. They won 20-13. They had 400 yards offense, but sloppy in the red zone, some turnovers. The whole point is, I expected them to do one thing. They didn't. Did they still win? Yes. And you move on.
Right.
Yep.
And I said, Matt,
If you
you
take a
heard.
look at it-
Don't turn the ball over. You'll beat this team. Defense should do well. And J-Mo will get a touchdown.
Let's talk about the turnovers. The first one, I think Laporta ran the wrong route. So not necessarily Goff's fault. Second one was Goff's fault. Third one, the ball got tipped. And then on the kickoff, the guy got lit up and fumbled. Not good. But what was great is this team. I mean, I had to change my son's diaper. He was sitting there the whole game as every bad thing was happening. We're going to lose to the Bears. We're going to lose to the Bears. We're going to lose to the Bears.
He wasn't the only one
Watch
thinking that,
this.
Matt.
I said, watch this. They're going to throw a bomb to J-Mo. Boom. Threw a bomb to J-Mo. Now everybody's singing J-Mo, J-Mo today. Who threw the ball? Jared Goff threw a great pass. He threw a great pass to
If you're going to
Amon-Ra.
knock Goff for the
The
turnovers.
guy battled through it.
Hold on. You're going to knock him for the turnovers? No problem. You got to also say the guy was absolute perfection the last 2 drives to get you down the field twice, under 4 minutes to go, needing 2 touchdowns. Look,
And
it
how
wasn't
did
his
you-
best game. He would tell you that.
How did I jinx the team? You won, right?
All right.
And the BOGO is still in effect.
David, can I handle this in a minute? Okay, good talk. 97.1. All right, cruising along. Mixing a little Michigan later. Rico and I didn't get a chance at the plate Thursday and Friday while other people decided just not to talk about it. We do a couple things to bring up. I know it's Ohio State week, but I also know it's probably another week another one of your staff members is going to get let go. So we may as well just bring that up.
Uh-oh.
It's kind of a thing. Just saying, staff member a week over the course of a couple weeks. That's kind of what we've been batting lately. Bet.
Are we going to talk about it now or later?
No, we talk about it later.
Okay.
Talking Lions.
Then I'll save it. Okay.
I think the thing that needs to be discussed in a non-scandal context, they may have some serious problems at tackle.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a couple straight weeks, and I know Henderson's dinged up. The other kid stinks. This tackle thing is a thing. And JJ against the blitz, I mean, I know Rico hates when I use numbers. JJ, they can't protect him. He's getting his ass kicked. And I'm sure they'll already have some narrative built in if they already lose, like JJ was playing with, like,
injured.
JJ had no feet. He had Tom Dempsey's club foot, and he was playing through it. I don't want to hear it.
I've just never seen a quarterback. He's night and day. When Jim is on the sideline.
Oh, you mean with Stallions and without? Well, I mean, that's what the numbers say.
Well, it's technically Stallions was there for Bowling Green, so okay. When he threw the 3 picks, he's not the same QB. When Harbaugh is there, maybe they got to go through that stupid little ritual for him to feel good about himself. He pounds him on the shoulder pad.
Okay, well, if that's what it really takes, then you're not any good. It's what I told you from the damn beginning. He was never a Heisman contender. I need to see this kid carry a team. I don't like their downfield threats.
So the money I put on him to win the Heisman?
Light it on fire. Look, can he create when he escapes the pocket?
Yeah.
Does he have that Mahomesian trait? Yes. But when he's in the pocket, you know what he looks like to me? A one-read quarterback. Because the minute pressure comes, look at his numbers against the blitz the last 3 weeks.
That's when he spins out and hope that there's green grass in front of him. No, you're right.
I'm just, look, they're good. But I watched them, and I watched Georgia. Let me tell you something. What I felt a month ago, I don't feel today. Georgia was down 7-0 at Neyland Stadium. They would hold my beer. Rat-tat-tat-tat, 38-10. You're like, they're a machine.
First play of the game. 7-0. Yeah.
And dead.
And
gone.
Okay. But no, you know why? Because you're comparing them, the offensive line of Michigan for the past 2 years to this line.
And it's not that.
It's nowhere near that.
Now, again, could they go jumbo personnel and run it 60 times and try to win a 17-14 game against OSU? Sure. Could they pull it off? It's possible.
But bringing in 7 linemen, you're saying, hey, we're just going to run the ball. And I don't think you get – I think that was the in case of emergency break glass, but they had to break the glass against Penn State. I think that was the game plan for this Ohio State game. If we get ahead, we're just going to grind it out. Now that element of surprise is gone.
If I had any faith in McCord, or I had any faith in Ryan Day, I might feel differently. I'm not ready to go with the OSU angle, but Michigan don't look right since they lost their little sign stealer fellas.
David told me there was no way in the world Michigan was losing.
Correct.
He rebuked me and he threw holy water on me.
Do you still want to go that direction?
Yes, I do. I believe in Michigan. I believe in this team. I think they're going to pound Ohio State.
Then why don't you look?
Wow, when did Rich Eisman start working with us?
Why don't you? So why do they look so different the last 3 weeks?
I believe in Michigan.
Why do they look so different the last 3 weeks?
I believe in Michigan.
Okay, this ain't church.
We're on
you don't
to
need
Ohio
to tell
State.
me about all your beliefs with no proof.
We are.
Could just
Stop it, Mike.
Go ahead, hit the robot, Mike.
Stop it. It's so inaccurate.
I didn't ask you. I asked for the proof.
I believe in Michigan, and I'm on to Ohio State.
All right, Rich. Let's go over to Tom, 97.1. Tommy, what's going on, buddy? Tom?
Tom.
Uh-oh.
I think we lost Tom.
I think we lost Tom. Damn it. Sorry, Tommy, if you're still listening. Let's go to Kevin, 97.1. Kev, what's going on, buddy?
Hello. You know, I don't know who spiked Rico's Kool-Aid, but we have a Lions team, right? 16-4. We have a defense that was asked to go out on the field and defend turnover after turnover after turnover after turnover. we got a young team, a team that's learning their way, and obviously they found it, right? Because you can't put a defense out on a field like that. And you know what? All they did was say, we'll get you the ball back, right? You had a quarterback that had 120% overall rating coming to our town. They came to play ball. They're actually pretty good, and they just started catching their stride. And we shut that down. It was a defense that put a nail in that coffin yesterday, right? And the problem is they're going to get better. They're not even in their prime. Everything the Lions do, they do opposite.
Kevin, I'm looking at the last 4 games. I'm looking at Chicago. You had a quarterback who was on IR with a busted thumb, and he came in here and looked like I expected to see rust. I expected the defense to make him look bad. I'm sorry that I expected more from this Lions defense than what I saw.
How much more do you want? How much more do you want? They defended so many of those turnovers, and they still, at the end of the game, Hutchin came back and said, denied, and he became the punter.
That was one good defensive play.
Yeah. Well, the only thing Fields is good at is I'm pretty sure I'll see him on Dancing with the Stars, because his little dance didn't help him at all. And he makes it about himself. He's the team. He's the one that has to carry it.
Listen,
because when players have a big play and do a dance, that makes them selfish.
Kev, everybody does it. Every defensive player, offensive player. Guys make a tackle 12 yards down the field. It's a first down. The DBs celebrate. And I mean, putting a sword away or whatever they're doing lately. Come on, Kev. Every time Mahomes does something, he's smiling, sticking his tongue out, pointing at somebody, shooting bows and arrows.
The entire defense can run down and get a photo shoot.
I mean, Michael Penix played Saturday night with his head up his ass, yet he made one throw. He's firing arrows into the sky. Come on, Kev. I mean, Jesus.
Let's get off my lawn, guy.
Got 40 yards passing.
Yeah, more than 40.
138.
Slander. Toughest schedule.
David, any ticket text coming in? We can get more of the people involved.
Sure. Someone's from James says, Detroit Rico. Give the scoreboard an eyeball test. The Lions are 8-2. That's the only eyeball test I need.
No. I'll defend Rocco on this. The record is wonderful, but you need to have everything in context. I think they have an elite offense. I think they have a league average to slightly above average defense. Now, I will change that tune if they continue to get lit up. But overall, it's a solid 8-2.
I expected the defense to do so much more. He was coming in off of a bum right thumb. So
and he's healthy now.
Right, but he's rust. You go out there and you make him look uncomfortable. And they made him look very comfortable from the start.
Well, then call your man Aiden. FanDuel.
Well, he was out dancing.
Listen, he made the big play at the end.
Selfish player.
He largely got dominated by Darnell Wright. At least by my dumb opinion, I guess. Right now, new customers, $150 in bonus bets with any $5 money line bet that wins $150. It's simple. So many games going on. You got Thanksgiving, college football at night, NFL during the day. FanDuel.com/ticket. It's picks, it's parlays, it's turkey, it's craziness, it's FanDuel. Official partner of the NFL. Official partner of 97.1. You got to be 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 pregame money line wager required. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued. It's non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem? 1-800-270-7117.
Oakland U, a college basketball winner tonight. They make that earlier today in the Cayman Islands Classic, 74-69 over Loyola Marymount. We have the Pistons tonight right here at 97 on the ticket. Pistons looking to snap an 11-game skid. They host the world champs Denver Nuggets. Lions favored 7.5 Thanksgiving Day at home over Green Bay. Lions review tonight right here at 97 on the ticket. It begins at 5:35. Monday Night Football, Kansas City, a 3-point choice hosting Philadelphia. Michigan favored by 4 of Ohio State Saturday at the Big House right here at 97 on the ticket. Kickoff at 12 noon. It'll be the first time Michigan has been favored to win the game in 5 years. Coach Jerome Moore saying that wide receiver Roman Wilson, who was injured in Saturday's contest, is expected to play. Michigan now third in the latest AP Top 25 college football poll. Ohio State moves up to second. Inside Michigan football tonight at 7 on our brother station, WWJ News Radio 950. Penn State playing Michigan State Friday night at Ford Field. 4-star running back Anthony Carey becomes the 6th player to decommit from MSU. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Jeff Lesson. For more, 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Still one of the creepiest calls ever.
All right. That wasn't good. We'll try to get to U of M a little later. Obviously, we weren't on the air Thursday and Friday. But there's a lot to talk about both on and off the field. But Lions are red hot right now, and it's whether yesterday gave you confidence or concern. And I think Rico and I clearly were both on the same page. You don't apologize for a win. It gave me confidence because that's a game you got to be a good team to win. You have to be. I don't care who you're playing. And you got to have a level of toughness and a belief structure that a lot of teams don't have. It's really strong. For Rico, he's getting tired of watching a defense that isn't playing up to a level he finds satisfactory. I can't argue with it. I'm just not concerned yet. Now, if they get lit up on Thanksgiving Day by Green Bay, we're going to have a different tenor on Monday. That's where we are. Confidence or concern. David, a few ticket texts. We'll go to the callers. I'll try to get to the U of M stuff today. If I don't, it'll be tomorrow. Hell, maybe another staff member gets let go tomorrow. That'll be exciting. David, what do you got?
This team could go 4-3 down the stretch and still finish 12-5. Not at all concerned.
But what does that matter? If you're gunning after the 1 seed, guys, do you realize you're tied with Philly if they lose at Arrowhead tonight? Why are we talking about 12-5?
I think because Rico said it, they can possibly lose 3 or 4 more games. So that's what. Lions had 4 turnovers and the defense only gave up 26. I don't think that's bad at all. Defense
I don't either,
decent.
But then Rico brings up the Charger game. I'm not going to have the argument. He wants the steel curtain. Let's see what they look like on Thanksgiving Day.
Defense is horrible. AG is way in over his head. His scheme of playing his soft cover 2 weakens his pass rush and weakens his run defense.
Hey, here's an idea. Maybe if your pass rush was better, you wouldn't look so bad. Here's the thing. All right, what's Aiken got? 5 sacks? Pressures. I get it. Bottom line, I don't have enough guys to get home. They needed to make an addition up front. They didn't. They're banking on James Houston. I have no idea when we're getting him back. They needed to make a move. They didn't. Now, does that mean they don't believe they're a Super Bowl team? Look, I think if you were able to put some truth serum into Brad Holmes, he probably would tell you we're a year away.
I think that they believe that they can win. And you see it in the locker room. You saw Dan Campbell. This is one of those games, as you've been saying, you just gutted it out and you won. And in the subtitles, we got lucky, is what he really wanted to say.
Steelers been getting lucky for 9 weeks. How'd that work out for you yesterday?
I wanted that luck yesterday.
I know you did. You were begging for it. You ain't no damn good.
I told you that. I told everybody
The
that.
Steelers are the Iowa Hawkeyes, and the Hawkeyes are the
They wear the same colors.
Yep.
It is, in fact, the same team.
It is.
Let's go to DJ 97.1. What's up, DJ?
What up, though, my dog?
Oh, wait a minute now. DJ, a birdie told me there was a celebrity appearance at the Breslin Center on Friday night. Is that true or false?
Yeah, that's true. What up, though? It was Rico. It wasn't me. It was Rico. I got a chance to meet Rico, though.
That's not the way it was explained to me. You were holding court. Rico waited in line to say hello. Welcome.
Yeah, man.
He tossed the ball up
nice
to start the game.
Rico, man, you a good dude in person, man. It was nice to meet you, man.
You
good
too,
dude.
DJ.
Definitely. So I'm with you on this one, Rico. The thing is, man, everybody knows our offensive line is dominant, arguably the best in the game. That's why our offense is good at the end of the day. Even though Goff is okay. I'm not gonna bash him. He okay, but if you go to them games, you'll see he has guys deep all the time. He don't even look for them, but that's another conversation. Our defensive line is average or below. So our defense is average or below. The teams that are going to win and make some noise, Dallas, how's their D-line? 49ers, how's their D-line? The Eagles, how's their D-line? So that's all you need to know. So you're looking big picture, Rico, and I'm with you. I'm looking at the Super Bowl and winning a chip. So to beat the Bears, yeah, you're never going to poo-poo winning. But I'm with you. We ain't getting it done with this defense. That's what it is.
Yeah, right. DJ, I'm looking, are you a Super Bowl caliber team? I don't feel that right now. This last month, the defense has just been lacking for me. It doesn't mean you can't get better. It doesn't mean they can't get better. But right now, I'm more concerned than confident.
Well, here's the thing, though, Rico. How can we get better outside? Well, I mean, we're not going to get better because last time I checked, we missed opportunities, like Mike keeps saying,
and that's
to
why
get pass rushers.
And DJ, that's
so
why
how
all
we
of a
gonna
sudden,
get better?
And that's why I'm now bringing this up, because I wanted to see what they were going to do at the trade deadline, and the answer to that was nothing. So that's why I'm like, okay, now you can be criticized.
I will throw this ball, man. And I didn't call in here a few times, Mike. Man, you've been on J-Mo hard. I just want him to do what he did the other day, Mike. I'm pretty much with you. I don't have no huge expectations for him. Just catch the ball. When I tell you so happy he's just catching the ball.
Okay. So, in all seriousness, guys, what was your anxiety when he turned in the end zone and he had to catch it? Did you feel like he was going to drop it?
Well, I ain't gonna even lie to you, dog. I'm one of them people who walked out the stadium. I'm gonna own it. I was gone. I was walking to my truck.
Oh, you had already left?
Yep, I left when the quarterback for the Bears ran up the sideline with about 5 or 6 minutes left. I said, "Boy, I can't sit through this." I left. I was in the parking lot, and all of a sudden, I hear people walking, talking about, "Man, J-Mo." I get texts, "Oh, your boy J-Mo," because my friends know I be killing him. So they like J-Mo. So I didn't even see it. I was already in the parking lot.
Oh, DJ, you got to wait till the clock hits zero,
Leave
my
DJ
friend.
alone. He's got more games to attend, more celebrities, more hands to shake. He's got more things to do.
DJ may know who our next coach is.
Yeah, DJ, who stayed hiring at this point?
Mike, real quick, I'm going to throw this at y'all. So this is going to sound so ridiculous. Now, it ain't religious bone, superstitious bone in my body, right?
Uh-huh.
Check this out, dog. I done went to 4 away games, and guess what we do? We win, right? In the last 2 years, I done been to the home games, the Eagles and Seattle. We lost. So I'm like, man, I think I'm jinxing these dudes. The moment I stepped out, one of my boys hit me today. He said, "D, man, did you leave?" I said, "Yeah, I'm gone." He said, "Man, that's why we came back. You got your old janky behind up out the stadium." He like, "Man, you jinxing us at home." I said, "Man,
there's a film you should watch. I'm going to make a reference here to a gentleman named Frankie Coffee Cakes. You need to watch a movie called The Bronx Tale. They put him in the bathroom. They won't even let him near the dice game because he's such bad luck. They stuff this guy in a bathroom stall. You're Frankie
Coffee
Coffee
like my man
Cakes.
on Harlem Nights, man. I told you kids give me bad luck, man. So now my homeboys they be like, "Hey, DJ, bro, we don't need you going to the home game." I was out. They like,
put
"Dog,
DJ in the truck. Keep him in the parking lot. That's it. That's it.
Hey, my dog, man. It's always a pleasure talking to you guys.
Appreciate
I'll
it, DJ.
talk later, man.
You got it. God tell you. Just a man about town. Guys at every game that's been played this weekend.
He was. It's like, he was like, "You'll know me if I say this. What up, though?" I'm like,
No.
DJ. Right. He was right behind the Butler bench. He knew somebody whose son played for Butler.
He knows a lot of people, from what I understand.
Oh.
Yeah.
In what way?
Let it go.
He coached, from what he coached.
What do you mean, let it? Will you relax?
Yeah, I wasn't going there.
No, not you. I was talking about David. I didn't know. Because David paused. And also I was like, oh, no, never mind.
You were in, like, I wasn't saying like he needs to, the no-fly zone and ask if he can perform in town, which Rick Ross didn't. Big mistake.
Michael. I was talking about David.
Oh.
David.
He's trying to protect me.
David gave the pause, like, that's why I was like, nope, just don't give it. No.
Yeah, it wasn't that. That was a bad pause. I'm sorry.
Oh my God.
Right. It wasn't on you. It was
like,
him.
oh, yeah, he knows Bumpy Johnson. You're like, oh, all right.
I thought David was about to spill the tea.
You big meech.
Everybody calm down. Tremendous call. 248-539-9797. We get more of your phone calls next.
Give us a pizza.
Moran Buick GMC instead. Car buying and certified car service. They make it easy. Winter holidays around the corner. Busy time. The Acadia with seating up to 7. Moran Buick GMC, you can lease that Acadia $267 a month. The 23 GMC Sierra double cab, $344 a month. Both 24 months, $19.99 down. And you're ready to roll. It's Moran Buick GMC. MoranExpress.com, where you always get the best price, period. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or at MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade.
My friends over at Applebaum and Stone are here to help you. Ron Applebaum and Eric Stone are personally involved with every client. They'll handle the difficult insurance companies. You can just take care of yourself. When you call Applebaum and Stone, guess what? You get them. They come to you, and they'll get you the money you deserve. So Call Applebaum and Stone right now. 833 wins big. That's 833 wins big. You tell them Rico sent you.
Oh, man. Rico and DJ, during their fireside chat there momentarily, there is one way this team can get better. I just don't have an answer on when it will happen or if it'll happen. They need James Houston to come back. Period.
They do, and
that was their other edge rusher to pair with Aiden. And with all due respect, Charles Harris or John Kaminsky or any other guy, if they can get James Houston back for a playoff push, you want to see how it could get upgraded. That's how. That's a guy that's been out since week 2. They had double-digit sack hopes for him. Mm-hmm. Got to get him back.
And I look, and maybe it's because I really like him with Brian Branch. He doesn't seem quite the same. I don't know if he's at the rookie wall or since he had that injury, he just doesn't seem like that same person that was shot out of a cannon at the beginning of the year where I'm like this. I mean, I still think he's going to be a problem.
Look, my hope is for James Houston, can I get him for Christmas? Can James Houston be under your tree? Because if you can get him for Christmas, it gives him a couple-week ramp-up, and then you would have the playoff time and just
Dallas, Dallas, Minnesota.
Right, just here's the deal. Go get the quarterback. I wouldn't even ask James Houston to be playing on rundowns.
Third downs?
Go get the quarterback. Can you give me 20 snaps? Yes, David.
Yeah, that seems to be the timeline. You said Christmas. Well, when Dan Campbell spoke last week, he said it's tough to say we be shooting for December, but he's still got a ways to go, probably more late December.
Christmas.
So around there sounds about right.
Might be the time the Pistons win their next game.
Yeah, next Christmas of 2024.
I don't even know what this. You know what?
No, tonight you got Denver.
This is where I owe everybody an apology. I said, give him a shot. Give him a try. I'm sorry. I led you wrong.
Straight to the spine.
I'll own that one.
By the way, watching that broadcast, I was ready to hurl a few of these. Team's down 45. I got to hear about Bobby Nabunde or whatever his name is. I'm going, fellas, sell it less. Sell it less. You're down 45.
I mean,
don't need it.
They look like an upgraded G League team.
Oh, hey there, Gregory.
If that.
David, I'm watching like, what are you doing? Yes. Okay.
That's all. I just wanted to pass it along. I'll pass it along to the fellas.
And the fellas passed it right back.
Yeah. Take this hot potato. Take it back.
Jeez.
Well, listen. Let's see. They lose to Denver. I got something for you tomorrow. We'll have some fun with it. Let's get to the people. We'll go over to Mark.
How does Troy still have a job?
No clue. Mark, 97.1.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mark. What's up, buddy?
Good, man. How are you? Just wanted to talk some Lions. Talk culture. You know, that's kind of a word that, listen, you guys work for a media conglomerate. I mean, I've worked for big companies. People shove culture down your throat all the time. But when you actually see it actually work, that 1% of the time that actually culture actually does something, you just kind of recognize it and you know it. And I think that's what the Lions have. They've got some magic there. And I don't know what it is, but there's culture there. And these young guys are just, I don't know how they're doing what they're doing. But, I mean, we've got rookies and second-year guys that are just playing at standards that they shouldn't be, I don't think, right? And it's just great to see. You know, so from top to bottom, love what they're doing. And then I would say that from the standpoint of what I would do to kind of sustain it is I think there's a couple guys, you know, I mean, on offense, I would say, you know, St. Brown and Sewell. And then on defense, it would be Hutch and Branch. Like, lock those guys down. before their end of their rookie contracts and just build around them for the next, 6-7 years.
That's what they're doing. I mean, I think it's pretty clear from the minute this regime came in, they talked about we're going to build this thing the right way. And it's all about the draft for them. The whole point for me is sometimes things change, and sometimes you have to act. I think it was pretty evident this year. This thing was wide open in the NFC. I wish they would have been a little bolder. No, not an FDM picks model. But, and I mean it with no slander, Rico's team, they live for today. They make the moves that make them better today. Not recklessly outside of Trey Lance. Not recklessly. But, hey, we got a need? Go get Trent Williams. Hey, we got a need? We're going to go out and get numbnuts, Chase Young. Hey, Christian McCaffrey. You got to have an element of that. There's no guys, I have news for you. You know what? Odds are you won't be 8-2 at this point next year. That's life in the NFL.
Different schedule. Yep.
So my whole thing is go get it. Now what we've been reduced to is we hope that James Houston and his non-battered body are underneath our Christmas tree. That's the only hope you got if you want to fortify the D-line. Because the pressures are one thing, but you're not getting home enough. That's it. Yeah. You asked the question, I try to give you guys the answer.
And that's what I wanted them to do so that when Houston came back, you had now more elements to the defensive line. If somebody got injured, anything like that, you could sustain this winning model and keep going out there and win. Never today have I said you should be ashamed or you should be angry that you won that game. You won the game. It's the NFL. You only get 17 of them, and you're 8-2. I'm looking towards the future and what could happen in the playoffs. And when you're going to have a game where you're going to have to play lockdown defense. That game is coming, folks. That's all I want for this team. I thought yesterday you were going to roll the Bears. And yeah, any given Sunday, whatever, that's still the Bears, man. That's a bad team with a bad coach, total disarray. And you gave them confidence because you turned the ball over 4 times, could have been 6.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Robert, 97.1. Robert, what's going on, brother?
Not much. Love the show, guys. A few things. I definitely agree with you guys. They should have made a move at the deadline, the Chase Young thing, something. Because I think when you look at points allowed defense, you got the Niners, the top 3 is like Niners, Chiefs, Baltimore, all legitimate, I think, Super Bowl contenders. The only one who has a worse defense than us, points allowed, is Miami. And I think people have the same concerns probably with Miami. Similarly, can they play in the cold? Can the Lions play in the cold in the playoffs? So I think I'm very concerned, disappointed that they didn't make a move at the deadline. And it's awesome to be 8-2. I'm 51 years old. Like, this is unbelievable, right? Like a lot of people out there, but it's just concerning. Every year is different. Like we've all said, they're going to have a first place schedule next year, all that sort of stuff. They could have supercharged the rebuild a little bit. And I guess one thing, if I may, do you guys know, you talked about the Chase Young thing, the compensatory pick thing. I've read different things. If they had signed him and they let him, or traded for him and they let him go, would they have gotten a 5th round pick?
It could be as high as a 3rd. All depends on what you signed for. Yeah, it all depends on what the player is paid, and then did you go out in free agency that year and pay a player of that level? That's all that is. I mean, Robert, the reality is Chase Young's going to play really well for the Niners, and he's either going to earn his way to staying or they'll get a 3rd-round pick next year. That's generally how that one's going to play out.
Do you think J.J. Watt is pie-in-the-sky silliness?
Yes. He's already busy doing mediocre television. I don't think he has a reason.
And last thing, if I may, and switching the gears to Michigan for just a second.
Sure.
I'm a huge Go Blue guy, but I'm deathly afraid of JJ in the O line right now. I think it's a big problem. And the only way the only way. I wish the weather wasn't going to be 38 and no rain. I wish it was going to be sloppy and wet and cold, so then we could run it, and maybe Harrison Jr. isn't a phenom that takes over the game. But I'm very concerned about their O-line, and I'm very concerned that.
Well, I mean, your guards are fabulous. Your tackles are. It's just a huge yikes, and I don't have the status of Henderson. Yeah, no, it should be. It should be
very scary.
But here's what you can listen. Here's what you can lean on. You got a couple of things going for you. The game's at home, and this will be one of the most hostile environments probably in the history of this rivalry. I mean that, no hyperbole. 2, I don't know what to make of McCord. Like, let's leave JJ to the left, and we're going to talk about McCord. How much do I
think
trust?
He's a fraud.
Okay, so there's 2. We also have major questions about Ryan Day, where he has this ego about I have to prove we can run it and we're tough. Versus, we have a cheat code in Marvin Harrison and frankly Ibuka and Stover the tight end and Travion's healthy. Do I trust Ryan Day in a big spot? So you do have some things going for you. But Robert, here's the problem. Here's my fear for you. Pass protection. And what goes with it is if you're limiting your passing game, are you really going to push them around all day? 2, how else do I put this delicately? The numbers since you lost your cheat code sign stealer guy, it's kind of eye-opening. For instance, S&P Plus, which is a major metric, all right? Mm-hmm. You have underachieved S&P Plus projections by almost 7 points a game the last 3 games. How about you gave up 57 points the first 8 games of the season? You've given up 53 the last 3. You know, like we can keep going. JJ's numbers are some of his worst games in his career are post-Stallions. Now, I know, Robert, your crew over there, not you, they're going to tell me he's playing on one leg. He's Lieutenant Dan. I'll believe it when I see it. Something's going on there.
Here's what I see about Brian Day and this Ohio State team. They went into South Bend. And they got it done. And at the time, that was a top 10 game, and they managed to pull it out at the very end when it seemed like the crowd was against you, and they scored the touchdown with literally no time left.
Yeah, I still don't think, and I think a couple people have said this, when you got to tell people that you're tough, you're not tough.
Yeah.
Like that whole thing, I thought that bit was so
he lost his mind,
premeditated, and actually, one last thing. You guys have been great. I know I've been on the phone for 2.5 minutes.
Relax.
The Lions should have lost that game if the Bears head coach had any darn sense. That the second last time they had the ball at the end of the game, they went running back run, and Justin Fields missed the guy deep. Why in the hell? I'm glad it happened. Why in the heck didn't they give it to just call the quarterback a run? He was averaging almost 6 yards a game. That was unbelievable.
Yeah, it's bad coaching. There's no doubt about it. I mean, Robert, there's so many things that go into winning a game that way and making that comeback. And yeah, you need a little bit of help from your opponent sometimes. There's no argument. None. Also, Rico has not brought up what a piece of human garbage Mike Locksley is, but I guess we're just not acknowledging that.
Wait, what just happened?
No, I just think sometimes you don't want to acknowledge like you're fans of certain people and you don't want to acknowledge their full. Actually, we do. Hold on. David tells me we do have a piece of audio of your thoughts on Mike Locksley's performance Saturday.
Oh, no. Okay. As I said, don't put your money on them. I did. I was silly enough to put my money on Michigan, and I thought they would cover.
Oh, no. You had to bet Maryland there.
No, I thought
look ahead city.
I thought Michigan was angry. They had to show that we can pass the ball.
Angry at what?
The world.
That another scumbag staffer got clipped?
Michigan versus everyone.
Bet.
Okay.
I'll tell you,
I thought they were going to come out there with their hair on fire like, yes.
I think down the line, certain people might regret putting the word bet in social media, but we'll just leave that right there.
They're just waiting to see. They're taking receipts.
Let it
when
play.
They hoist the trophy.
Oh, hold on. Time out. Be real with me. Actually, we don't have time. 248-539-9797. And this is why I can't stand live radio sometimes. Hey, when your furnace goes out, you need reliable service.
And
Mastercraft Heating, Cooling. When your furnace goes out, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Got you covered 24/7. Locally owned. 40 years, going to back to work with a 5-year warranty. Mastercraft, your one-stop shop. Heating, AC, plumbing, electrical. Plenty of generators in stock. If Mastercraft can't get to you same day, take $100 off that next day service. Visit mastercraftheating.com. All right, David, a few ticket texts. We'll get to the people. Rico collecting himself.
Good teams win when they play poorly. San Francisco does not. Sorry, Rocco. Okay. The Lions and Michigan are exactly the same. There are about 6 teams better than Michigan, about 6 teams in the NFL better than the Lions.
Stop. Stop. There are not 6 teams better than Michigan. Here are the teams that are unequivocally, in my mind, better than Michigan. Georgia. Unequivocally better, Georgia. Probably better, I'd put Oregon in there. I'd put zombie Bama if they get in. And depending on the result Saturday, it's a TBA for OSU. UW, Michigan would bully UW up and down the field. UW's middle of their O-line is atrocious. That would be a problem for Penix. And Michigan would take the Penn State, elephant game plan and just run the ball.
I've said this. If Michigan play Washington, it's really whoever scored first will dictate the tempo of the game.
Sure. Now, okay, the team I forgot that's in the probably better, and Rico's going to yell at me, Oregon.
You said Oregon.
You said Oregon.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah.
The dimension's kicking in.
I'm not. Yeah.
My bad. It's been a busy show.
You know what? Shut your phone off if UW beats Oregon again. Just shut it off.
I'll tell you who else Michigan will bully. Florida State. And now Florida State can't get in.
But they're dead now.
No, they can't get in.
Yeah.
If you're the committee, you can't put them in. They've got Kenny Cott at quarterback. Can't put them in.
See, I'm almost willing to see the chaos theory that I've been seeing, that if all of a sudden Bama beats Georgia.
Right, they both get in.
And if the Buckeyes beat Michigan, Ohio State would be in. But then who's that 4th spot?
Oregon. It's the winner of the Oregon-Washington game.
I don't know.
Oh, nonsense.
No, because you know who's making the case?
Who?
Texas.
Nah, they're not playoff.
Because Texas has the win over zombie Bama.
I know, but they're not playoff worthy. And I'm not Jim Costa. I don't just do, the head-to-head says. Here's the reality. Steve Sarkisian is a functioning idiot, and Jonathan Brooks is out for the year.
Right, but Booby or whoever the guy over the college football committee.
It's Boog Corrigan.
Okay.
It's Booby Miles.
Oh, that's so good.
I think that Texas could backdoor their way into it, like Ohio State did last year, when no one thought that the Buckeyes, after losing to Michigan, had a shot, and chaos happened, and 3 teams lose, and there's the Ohio State and Ryan Day and say, "Hi, it's me again."
If Ryan Day loses, I still believe if Ohio State loses and he loses to team without coach, Sharon Moore, you would not want to be down there in Columbus.
Go back to Columbus
You
after
would
that.
not want to be down there.
But do you fire him looking at his overall record? Is it just based off of this game?
Well, now how much do we have to put into the cheating? See, there's your problem.
Right.
But losing to Michigan with no coach, I don't think he can head back down 75. I'm sorry.
Especially if there's multiple defensive assistants missing by Saturday.
It just can't head down there.
What happens first? A defensive assistant gets fired or Carissa Thompson?
Michigan's defensive assistant.
I don't know if you saw what happened.
I know what happened.
It proves for the rest of the year.
It proves my theory that there is next to no value in modern football for any sideline reporter in any sport. The coaches don't want to talk to you. They don't give you information. And Carissa Thompson basically acknowledged what I've said for years and said straight up, I make things up.
We got TJ on line 11.
What did I miss?
You said sideline reporter.
They would give him information. It's the home broadcast.
TJ's basically the color commentator. I was listening to some of the game yesterday driving home, and Lomas took a nap. TJ was breaking stuff down.
You're right.
But the fact that she came out there and just said, yeah, I make it up, and then doubled down on it and tried to make excuses of why she made it up. Yeah.
Well, the coach said we can't turn the ball over and show our ass. Back to you guys. It's like, no, really? But the whole thing, I don't understand any of it in 2023. He looks like he's in a lot of pain. You're right. His leg's on backwards. I mean, these are not exactly. Right. Oh, Jordan Travis is doubtful to return. Yeah. You're kidding.
His foot's perpendicular to his leg.
Nick Chubb, questionable to return. To what? Life? His leg is at the 7. His body's at the 5.
He is questionable to return.
I'm going to go out on a limb here. I don't think he's going to be back for the rest of the game. He's being carried out on a stretcher.
So, yeah, no, the Carissa Thompson, I got nothing for you. I don't know why people do things like this, say things like this. Chaos. I just make things up.
But then to come and double down. Well, I know, technically I don't make things up. I just don't talk to the coaches, and I just think for them.
Right, so she's Miss Cleo now.
Right, so you're making it up. Well, see, what happened?
No competitive advantage. Let's go to T. 97.1. T, what's going on, man?
Mike, how's it going? Rico.
What's up, T?
The legend returns.
The legend returns. How are you, my brother?
I'm excellent. It's great to hear from you. What's going on?
Thank you. Listen, I couldn't take it, man. A lot of times I kind of disagree with Rico, but I gotta have my brother's back, man.
Okay.
Listen, all you Kool-Aid drinkers, I get it. We haven't won. We've done dramatic things. We're 8-2, and you don't care what happens as long as you let me keep hitting this crack pipe right now. I get it. That's what it is. So I need to defend Rico because all I kept hearing was clothesline, tackles, throwing him overboard. Here's the 3 things I got that I can't stand with the Lions right now. Their defensive front is liquid trash, vapor trash, okay? They can't deal with a mobile quarterback, okay? All these people talking about, I'm talking national media as well, talking about Justin Fields being a bum. I don't know what they're looking at, but the Lions have never been able to deal with him. Bad news bears or not. He's a nightmare. He's a matchup. He's just as obnoxious as Lamar Jackson is. And number 3, if you don't do something about Mr. Jacobs, the liquid vapor, I can toast you when I feel like it. You might give him some help. It's going to be over real quick. And I'm going to say this. I'm done with it. Don't get it twisted. Because I can see 3 losses coming down the pipe.
Oh, no.
Because if Goff doesn't play out of his mind with that defense, Rico's right.
I want to say something, right? And I want to make sure I'm clear. It's a public service announcement. This is Terrible T, not Uncle T. This is not the alleged booster who funded the Michigan sign stealing.
This is him. You know who it is.
Oh, you damn right. Terrible T. This is an OG of the show, a man who has decided out of nowhere to crawl out of the couch cushion and rejoin the conversation.
I appreciate you having my back, T.
I couldn't take it. I was listening. I'm like, oh, man, Rico's just getting smashed. He didn't say that he wasn't happy for the Lions.
And I want to say this. This is important. I want to give T his flowers. T, roughly 2005 or 6, coined the Orbitals phrase that Kenny likes so much. That's how long T has called this show.
Wow, orbital ramming speed.
T is the originator of the Orbitals.
Correct. I appreciate that. I appreciate you giving me that, Mike. I'm glad you guys are using it. But I'll say this one thing, and I'll let you go, man, and have a good Thanksgiving. Here's the thing. We can be happy about the Lions being 8-2 and maybe 9-2, but I got to see what happens when we go against Seattle in the playoffs, San Francisco in the playoffs. And I'm going to say this. The Cowboy game would be a good litmus test on how the rest of the season would go.
Yeah, be a throwback to 91. Let's have a game. Have them come here. Let's make it happen. T, Orbitals out. Happy Thanksgiving. It's great to hear from you. I love it.
Thanks, buddy.
I love it. That's an OG of the show.
I didn't know that's where it came from.
Orbitals.
I thought it was a Kenny Kirby Smart type of thing.
No.
I thought that was a Georgia versus the world.
No. T. Yeah, where's the Georgia versus everybody shirts? All right, FanDuel, they got something for you this week. Right now, new customers get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 money line wager. That's $150 if your team wins. Got games going on, Thanksgiving, all day, all night. You can avoid the family, bet a few games, do whatever you like. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. FanDuel, the official partner of the NFL, official partner of 97.1. Got to be 21 and up, present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 pregame money line wager required. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem. 1-800-270-7117. All right. Sorry about that. We're having a little impromptu meeting in here. I looked over, was about to ask David for ticket text, except it's a white bearded man. That's Kenny. David's back now. Okay. Decidedly not Kenny. David, a few ticket texts, please.
You could have ran some ticket texts, Kenny. Look,
Kenny's reading is not strong.
Look, the Lions are not good. They're above average beating teams. They've played 3 playoff teams and are 1-2 against them. And let's be honest, KC was not on their finest game.
You're 8-2 for the first time in 62 seasons. Your takeaway is not good. Come on,
guys,
man.
Look, the Lions are good. This defense, if the defense was better, they would be great. If the defense was better, I would say, man, you're one of those teams that I think could actually win it all. I don't think you could win it all. And that's what my standard is. Yes, you're 8-2 right now. Yes, you'll probably win the North. I want more. This city deserves more. So that's why I'm concerned when I see what the defense does. I'm not trying to take away from what you did yesterday or what you have been doing. It's almost like when you talk to somebody in a class, you see more potential in them than what they want. And so you try to get that potential out of them. That's what I want.
The real problem with the Lions defense is the linebackers. They cannot do anything in coverage. Jerry Jacobs is not the problem with the Lions defense.
When you you know what? I can't keep doing this. If you want to fix everything, get a better pass rush.
Thank you.
Not just in hurries. Get home. Get home. I mean, I'm sorry, but it's like there's a reason Chris Jones is the linchpin for the Chiefs. When he plays, they're a top 10 defense. When he doesn't, they're the worst defense in football. Why? Because everything emanates from there. Why do you think Rico brought up Jalen Carter? Why do you think Rico's been right from the start? If you have a disruptor, automatically they can't double both of you. Second of all, the most effective pass rush is still right up the middle. It's part of the reason it's not the same league. It's college, not pro. It's why I don't think UW could win it all. The interior of that O-line is totally regrettable. The Lions don't have enough up front. So we want to sit here and blame. Like Alex Anzalone's having the best year of his life.
No, but it's funny, Mike, but kind of like UW, their thing is we just got to go out and outscore you. Right. Eventually, that's not going to happen one day. Eventually, you just got to make that defensive play.
It's all right. Oregon will take care of them. David, go ahead.
Just like Oregon's.
You just shut your mouth.
Defensive rankings of the last 5 Super Bowl winners based on points per game allowed, 16, 15, 8, 7, and 7. Offensive rankings and points per game scored, 1, 8, 3, 5, 4. It's an offensive league, period.
I agree.
Chris and Novi.
Now, again, I rank it how you want. I think DVOA is an effective analytic because it takes into account if you have a 3rd and 18, it's not just did you get the stop, it's how many yards did you give up. You get more credit for an incomplete pass than you do if you gave up 17 yards. The Lions are number 10 in DVOA, which means from an analytics standpoint, they are better than the points per game suggests. Some bad luck in there. I thought they got put in some bad positions against the Bears from turnovers. Offense, they're number 5 in DVOA. Now, I'm with Rico. They're going to have to button this up a little bit. I'd like to see them improve their defensive overall on a points per game basis. Just get a couple spots. Get towards that number 15 or 16. They're sitting at 20. And guess what? I've never made a secret of it. The offense is going to have to carry the day. That'll never not be true.
And just for those out there, defense adjusted value over average. Mike just throws out the terms. Like we all know it.
I missed that one. I have a feeling we'll get to that tomorrow. Okay, can I take a call? Do we have time for that, David?
We got time.
Well, David's been so aggressive, so angry. Let's go to Jeff, 97.1. Jeff, what's going on, man? Uh-oh. Jeff? And Jeff. Goulet. All right, 248-539-9797. We'll try again. We'll see if we got somebody available. Let's go to Mike, 97.1. Mikey, what's up, buddy?
Hello, I love the show. I'd like to just preface this by saying I love watching the Lions this year. It's been a long time coming. But last year you talked about Minnesota, how they were kind of like not their record, and then they petered out in the playoffs. Are the Lions' season so far going to be fool's gold where we're going to have a good record, but in the playoffs we won't do anything?
Mike, I hope not. I hope that this is the year that the Lions break the streak and actually win a playoff game. And That's why I'm concerned about the defense, because I want them to win a playoff game. I don't want to say that I was at the last time they won a game and I think I was still in college. So,
wow.
Yes, that's been a long time. But yeah, that's why I got frustrated.
Are there similarities though?
No, because no, because Minnesota seemed like they did it every week. That they were winning games like this Bears game. This was just this game, and really, the Chargers, even though they're not going to make the playoffs, okay, the last 2 games. If you continue doing this, then yes, it will start to feel like the Vikings of last year. I was just saying, for those who are like, oh, it's no big deal, let's not forget we made fun of Minnesota. You don't want to become Minnesota.
Yeah. Yep. Thank you so much. I love the show.
Thanks, man. Appreciate the call.
More Lions conversation, more calls. Yes, we're going to get to the Michigan stuff probably tomorrow. We didn't get a chance Thursday and Friday. Plus, there's a lot of whispers of more stuff this week. No competitive advantage. No big deal. Man, I think there's going to be some freezing cold takes down the line, but we'll leave that for later. 97.1.
Good afternoon. We're brought to you by Win Schuler's Food and Cheese Spread. Open you a winner this afternoon in Cayman Islands basketball action, 74-69. They take down Loyola Marymount. Pistons dropped 11 straight. They're an 8.5-point underdog to make it 12 in a row tonight. They host 9-4 Denver, the defending champs, 7 p.m. right here on the ticket. Lions and Packers Thursday at Ford Field. Lions a 7.5-point favorite. Lions review today 5:35 right here at 97.1. Former line backup quarterback Tim Boyle, now your new starting quarterback for the New York Football Jets. Monday Night Football, Kansas City, a 3-point choice hosting Philadelphia tonight. And there's an unconfirmed rumor suggesting that they might even show the action on the field as much as they show the alleged first meeting between the Kelsey and Swift families, coincidentally scheduled on Monday Night Football in a Super Bowl rematch. Michigan favored by 4 of Ohio State Saturday at the Big House. First time Michigan's been favored to win the game in 5 years. Coach Jerome Moore saying today wide receiver Roman Wilson, who was injured Saturday, is expected to play. Inside Michigan football tonight at 7 on WWJ News Radio 950. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Jeff Lesson. For more 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Mike Loxley, that piece of crap. All right, 5 o'clock.
But he can fix your car because he looks like a mechanic that's got a rib joint on the side. He does. I'm not the only one.
Nothing beats, as they're gagging the game away, him just continually wiping his nose. Sorry. All right, let's keep it moving. Lions are the focus. We'll certainly get to Michigan in more ways than one. I came out of yesterday very, very confident. That's a hell of a win. Good teams win games like that. And you got to win when it's not perfect. You know, you don't get to live your life as Brock Purdy. Not everything can be handed to you every week. So, like, I came away confident.
You got to let that go.
Rico came away concerned. Concerned about the defense, concerned about the fact you didn't kick the hell out of the Bears. I'd like to know what side of the table you guys are on. And I don't know if there's a right or a wrong answer. It's just us bickering like the Golden Girls.
Yeah, and look, I know it's not Dallas ready, but I like what the Cowboys do when they play bad teams. They're just done with them. They just go out there and just, we're going to beat you by like 20-some points. I don't care what the spread is. We're going to beat that spread. That's what I want to see. That Bears team, and maybe my expectations are too high, Mike. I thought that was a get-right game for the defense. I thought that was something where we're going to see a bunch of sacks, because when the Lions get sacks, man, it's like the dam breaks like you saw against the Raiders. I was expecting that, where by the end of the game, Fields just going to be like, enough. I waved the white flag. Quit hitting me. You didn't get that. I was disappointed because I expected more from the defense. Now, you won the game. It was good and happy to see them win in that way, because all I was hearing was all the Jared Goff haters saying, see, this is why you can't pay this man. And then he drove you down the field. He hit J-Mo. It was the Jared Goff bingo card. Let me hit J-Mo for a touchdown. I can cross that off the list. Jahmyr Gibbs, here you go. And get David Montgomery. I just expected more from that defense. That was the Bears. That was not even a middle-of-the-road NFL team. That was a bad team that's fighting for a top 5 pick.
My argument, Justin Fields was healthy, and he played like he played last year. He's going to make you look bad. But guess what? If you don't come out and play well against the Pack, do what Rico's talking about, we'll probably have a different tenor next week. But in the here and now, I'm glad they rescued it. Good teams steal games like that. I'm going with it. Let's get to the people. That's really what we've been rapping about today. Go to Eric. He's going to lead the day. What's up, E? How are you?
Hey, good, guys. Boombaye, Sports Inferno Dittos.
Old school. What's up?
We bring it out.
Yeah, I was in high school. I was in high school getting in trouble for listening to you guys. Well, it was Terry back in the time. Yeah, back in the day.
All the OGs are coming out today. My goodness. What's up, man?
Yeah. So I got to check Rico a little bit. One thing he just said, I didn't say it to the screener, but Dallas versus bad teams, Arizona. Lions versus bad teams, wins. Just check that one real quick.
Okay.
But real quick, so I get it. Saying that the Lions defense is their weakness is the low hanging fruit. Duh. Our offense is so good, but with yesterday, I was at the game. When you dominate time of possession by 20 minutes, right? Like it was 40-26 or something ridiculous like that, 40-20. What are we? And you only give up 26 points, and you do get the stops. In the first possession, sure, they took it down our throats. Then we adjusted, gave up another legit one, held them to field goals when they were dog-ass tired. They're dog-ass tired the entire time. Again, defense ain't great. Probably not Super Bowl caliber. Nobody's denying that. But that's what you got? Low-hanging fruit?
No, it's not, Eric. It's not low-hanging fruit. It's you're playing a bad team. You give up 40. If another team that's even decent keeps the ball for 40 minutes and gets 4 turnovers, you realize the Bears are the only team in NFL history to lose a game having 40 minutes of possession time and 4 turnovers.
And the Lions are the only team to win with giving up time possession and 4 turnovers,
great.
right?
Everything's great, Eric. Super
No,
Bowl.
that's not what Eric is saying. Let's be fair. I'm with Eric in this regard. Look, I've never been under the illusion this defense would be elite. The idea is the offense will have to lead the day. Well, if my quarterback and the offense are bad and or off, have a bad day, I know I'm likely not winning. But the fact is the defense made a couple plays late when they needed it, and that offense, Goff was perfect on the last 2 drives.
Yeah.
And we got it. But
I know going into the playoffs, guys, I mean, Eric, Rico, anybody else wants to say, the magic number for this team will be 24. If they don't score 24 points, they're not going to win a playoff game. And I'm okay with that.
Your original question was, are you concerned or happy? Well, duh. I'm obviously concerned about the defense in general. But given the situation, the defense could bail out our offense, which is fantastic. They bailed us out. They really did. So we're not Super Bowl caliber. Probably not. NFC Championship, I'll be popping champagne, right? But your original question was, well, are you more concerned or happy?
You know what? And Eric, I guess we'll see the glass a different way because I see the offense bailed out the defense yesterday in the last 4 minutes of the game, scoring 2 touchdowns. Something that, you like the analytics, the probability rate, I think it was 98.8 that the Bears were going to win that game. You defied logic, and the offense just caught fire and won, along with Eberflus.
I mean, yeah, you see bad coaching all the time. Hell, look at Brandon Staley, but we don't need to go there.
Don't ask me that question, though.
Oh, I love that one. Buddy, you've called the defense for some of the worst defenses in the history of this league last couple of years. No, you don't get the right to tell people they can't ask you that. Come on now. Good Lord. Let's go over to Jim, 97.1. Jimmy, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, it's just Jim, Mike. Again, blessings to everybody in the studio. Y'all have a happy holiday. Rico, again, talking crazy. Talking very crazy. Just talking crazy. What did the defense do yesterday? But stopped it and got field goals. Got a fumble. The offense showed up, but the defense did what they were supposed to do. Keep us in the game. Don't get blown out. That's the key.
Jim, hold on. Jim, I promise I'll let you finish.
Okay, go ahead. Then.
I'll let you finish. Yeah.
You got it.
Your defense, the offense did something that no one saw them doing in scoring 2 touchdowns within 4 minutes. It didn't keep you in the game. The offense really bailed the defense out. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. You mentioned mobile quarterback. Brock Purdy ain't mobile. We got his number, and that's your team, right? You're a 49ers fan, right? We got his number, and we play the Cowboys on the 30th. So these will be 2 games that you will be able to measure our defense in regards to the mobile quarterback. can our defense sustain and can the offense give us enough? But don't sit up here and make it sound like we should be concerned. No, we should be confident. We went out there and we won the games we were supposed to win. You all would have had something to say if the Chargers would have won the game with Dan Campbell with the bad 4th and 2 call. You all would have had something if we would have lost to the Bears. This is I forget what the term you all use. This is one of those hiccup games or whatever, but we won the game. That's a 2-game winning streak. We did what we were supposed to do, right?
I get the Dallas game. What does Brock Purdy have to do with this?
You're a 49ers fan, right?
Right.
So we scored – how many points did the Buccaneers score against us, and how many did the Buccaneers score against the 49ers?
You can't do that, though. The transitive property.
Oh, I think we can, Mike. I think we can.
Jim,
our defense showed up. Our defense showed up against Tampa Bay.
Jim, I was with you. Okay. So, Jim, hold on. Let me try. Jim.
Jim, does this mean you now are concerned about the Denver Broncos?
Not at all. They're getting hot. It's NFL football. Every team can win on Sunday. Justin Fields came back from an injury. He looked great. The deep ball looked great. The other kid who dropped the ball on that 3rd, and I want to say 7, that was a gutsy call. They went deep on that to kind of seal the game, and he dropped it or he missed the pass, whatever. But I'm saying we should be confident right now. Everybody in the city drinking the Kool-Aid. We 8-2 going into this Packers game. So go ahead, I'm listening.
No, I'm saying because, the Broncos beat the Chiefs, so that means the Broncos game is going to be a good game against the Lions,
that's
too,
what
right?
I was trying to say, Jim. The transitive property is very dangerous. I just wouldn't do it. Like, week to week.
Yeah, but how much confidence do you all give the Eagles and the Chiefs game tonight now that the Chiefs is full stacked? We beat them when they didn't have Kelsey. They didn't have Chris Jones. And, Mike, you just mentioned Chris Jones. Yeah. Once he gets in the game, he can destroy it. Okay, so now they should go out there and handle their business tonight, right?
Well, I hope they do, because then the Lions would be tied with the Eagles. Like, that's what I want to happen.
And Jim, I actually – and maybe I didn't say it on the air, so let me say it on the air because I've told David this, and I think I told Mike.
Go ahead, I'm listening, but I'm going to talk over you while I listen.
That actually the best team for the Lions to play in the playoffs is San Francisco because Purdy is not a mobile QB. And that's a team where you don't have to worry about him leaving the pocket and scrambling or anything like that.
I'm not sure I agree with that statement.
No, if you
that team looks terrifying when they're fully healthy. Why do you think I call your quarterback a rat?
No, but
because Kenny could play quarterback and guide them to the playoffs.
That's actually the best team for the Lions to play is the Niners. Matchup wise, because you don't have to. All you can do is just keep him in the pocket and cover the receiver.
But there's another side of the team, and that defense that you have is
what?
really, really good.
They got Chase Young, and he's a bum. You didn't need him.
Wow.
You didn't need him.
248-539-9790.
You got Houston.
I hope we have him by Christmas. They need him. They're going to need him for a playoff drive.
Maybe you should ask Santa. Bet.
I see what you did there. When it comes to the IRS or an audit, you need a law firm that specializes in the resolution of all types of tax problems. You need Maurice and Jerry. You need legitimate representation. You need Abraham and Rose. Not some random tax organization with random people answering the phone. No, you need Maurice and Jerry. They have the experience. They've represented their clients in front of the Supreme Court. They will fight for you, save your time, and hopefully save you money. Call 248-539-5040 so you never have to personally deal with the IRS again. All right, David, ticket text. Then we get to the callers. What do you got?
The Lions defense was able to hold the Bears to field goals yesterday when Goff put them in a bad spot. They played better yesterday than the points per game showed.
That's why I don't just use points per game. It's why I use DVOA. If I say to you you're 10 in DVOA, but you're 20th in points per game, you got to make a determination on what stat do you think has more accuracy. Look, the points per game is tough because what happens if your QB throws a pick six? What happens if you fumble at your own 10? Well, that's going to hurt you in a points per game manner. Yet from a DVOA standpoint, when you step to the plate and you hold people to field goals, that's a win. I'm not telling you it's gospel. I'm just telling you what I value more. Maybe, if the Lions' biggest sin is they're not Carlton Banks, the 49ers, or Phillip Banks, the Eagles, and they're just regular rich, well, then fine.
Well, I said that this team is good, that this is what we are complaining about is the defense should be better, because I'm looking at a team that if you're going to make this playoff run, yeah, you need to step up. You need to get some quarterback pressures. You need to get more sacks. You need to do a lot of things.
Just score. Look, man, I don't know another way to do it.
I mean, you can't have teams going on 7-8 minute drives.
I agree with you. It wasn't optimal yesterday, clearly.
But, DMV. Or whatever your stat was.
It's DVOA.
DMV. Oh, man.
Yeah, I got another stat category. It's called FU. It's fantastic. You lead the league.
Rocco, last time I checked, Goff was part of our offense. He had 3 picks, putting the defense on their heels again and again. D ain't great, but game would have been different without those 3 picks. Just saying.
You think there's anyone who's actually named Rocco Beard in the Metro Detroit area?
No, probably not.
Rocco.
Someone texted in and says, I'm confidently concerned.
What the hell does that mean?
I have no idea.
What kind of stony-ass answer is that?
Means he's concerned and he's confident he's concerned.
Oh, by the way, I will say, shout out the Godfather of sports radio. Did you hear him knife John this morning? Woo! Oh, Daddy didn't like his comment.
Oh, you mean like the people who change their mind and flip-flop all the time? Stoney followed it up like, woo, let me just go ahead and drop this mic.
It basically was like, yeah, when the sky's falling, except if you go to that school. It's like, oh boy. You could hear John's venom.
I forgot. John said something as they went into commercial break, too.
Oh, yeah.
His mic was not off.
I know what it was. I think there was John's venom seeping out of the speakers. Oh. Stoney once in a while just uncorks one.
Ever so often, he does.
He's like the slap-hitting shortstop, and all of a sudden it's a 440-foot bomb, and you're like, where the hell did that come from?
John wasn't ready for that one.
No. Stoney, in essence, right to the spine.
John thought John was the Chicago Bears, and Stoney was like, wait, I got one more drive.
Watch this. Let's go to Bernard, 97.1. What's up, Bernard?
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
How are you?
Don't panic. Don't panic. They're not a terrible defense. They're coming together. They're healing. You got the 36-year-old that'll be here in another week after he get his workout. You got Houston coming back, and you got C.J. Gardner coming back. Yesterday, the Lions played bend but don't break. And that's what happened. They bent, but they didn't break. They're not spectacular, but they feed on the offense as well. Jared Goff didn't have the best game. He threw 3 interceptions, and that kind of just tilted the team a little bit. They haven't gelled yet. And that's what we're looking for. When they gel, you're looking at a potential Super Bowl team.
You know what, Bernard?
I'm gonna leave it at that.
Yeah, you had me up into that last thing because I was going to say maybe I did something and I just started imagining, okay, if you were playing a better team, would you have won the game? They weren't. They were playing the Bears. But if you want to be a Super Bowl caliber team, then you can't play that type of defense. You can't. You can't let a team hold the ball possessive for 40 minutes.
The thing is that you can't count out what Justin Fields did yesterday. He played like he was a super quarterback.
He did, except he's not, and that's the problem.
Yeah, but all right, time out.
But you got to take from week to week, week to week, game to game.
Listen,
Lions are healing. They're getting better. Don't count them out.
No,
don't count them out.
But here, let me do this. To start the year, Justin Fields was a very hot pick for MVP. Based on what? It was based on a 10-week run he went on last year where he single-handedly carried the Bears. Now, did they win? No. But did they make off defenses look stupid every week? Yes. He comes back from an injury. Remember at the start of the year, Eberflus wouldn't let him run. It was this weird, we're going to turn you into a pocket passer thing. They came back yesterday, and you know what Justin Fields looked like? The guy I saw last November and December. Now, I'm not telling you to feel great. I'm just saying there's going to be weeks guys like that are going to make you look dumb. You're never going to win the TOP, turn the ball over. So I feel like it was a little skewed. Look, I'm just thrilled they won. I'm thrilled they rescued it from the fire and won the game. Because you know where I would be upset if they had lost? That would be that's an unforgivable loss. That's awful.
I'm happy they won.
Because now tonight, you can still say if the Eagles lose, we're tied for the 1 seed. That loss would have been crippling.
And I guess I'm looking down the line.
I know.
I was happy you won. But I'm like, man, it's going to get tougher, and I need you to play better.
You are the prognosticator.
It is what it is.
Let's go over to Mitch, 97.1. What's up, Mitch? How are you?
Good. How are you guys doing?
Good. What's up?
Good. It's good to be on the East Coast. I've been living in Arizona for the last 3 months, so it's nice to see my breath when I walk outside.
You know what, Mitch? Call us back in a month.
Yeah, I was going to say, Mitch, your opinion might change when the calendar hits January.
I don't know. I'm one of those rare ones that loves the snow and all that. But it was nice to watch the Lions last night. You know, I didn't have to stream it off questionable websites. And I just,
don't tell on yourself.
You know, being outside of the broadcast area, and I just listen. They've dealt with mobile QBs in the past. Like we look back at Seattle, Geno Smith, they beat them in OT, so it wasn't there was another blowout. The Ravens, they look like they're one of the best teams in football right now. They just lost Mark Andrews, and it's just last night. It was gritty. It was disgusting. I missed most of the third quarter because I was out running, getting pizza and stuff. But when I got back, I got to watch a good end to a football game. So I really enjoyed that. But being home for the holidays, is it okay if I touch on Michigan and Ohio State?
Yeah, go ahead.
Cool. The rest of my week's packed up, so I just can't call in later this week. But I'm an Ohio State fan who literally less than a week ago married into a Michigan family. And I'm talking about a Michigan slappy family.
I'm very sorry to hear that.
Colors were blue and yellow at the wedding?
No, but the game was being streamed. Luckily, we put the wedding. It was actually the day that they played Penn State. So the wedding started at 4. The game ended around 3. So it ended up being perfect. But no, I'm going to the game. I'm an Ohio State fan. I'm going to wear Ohio State. And I don't know. It feels different. I know. My father-in-law has been having season tickets since 30 years. So I'm going to be sitting around all season ticket holders. It's going to be a little rough. But
all right, here. Let me give you 2 pieces of advice. A, don't act like a jerk. Behave yourself. I would wear earthy tones.
Yeah.
I think this is going to be nasty.
You know what? If you have some black Ohio State gear, maybe go with that.
That's exactly what I'm wearing. My wife, she literally said to me, she's like, you should probably just wear Michigan. It'd be safer. But everyone's respectable in the area that I'm around, and I'm not one to go out and pick up fights and stuff like that.
Mitch,
so
everybody's respectful when their team's winning.
Yeah. Mitch, listen, I'm just telling you, and look, there's a shot this gets even uglier this week, depending on what you believe, what you hear. I'm telling you, you are viewed as
Go ahead, break the news, Mike.
No, I don't.
Break the news.
I don't have it to break. I'll just tell you, Mitch, be careful. Enjoy yourself. I think it's a questionable decision to go to that game dressed in OSU gear. I think it's a questionable decision to marry into a Michigan family. You better really love her. To put up with that level of douchiness, that's tough. But if she's worth it, God bless you. I hope you have a lifetime of happiness.
I can only imagine Thanksgiving dinners and Christmas holidays.
Oh, God.
Because Thanksgiving is always right before that game. So
Oh,
you know
that's
the argument.
why I said she better be worth it. And
I'm
we'll
sure
talk.
she is.
And we'll talk to you tomorrow. When your furnace goes out, you need reliable service. Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They got you covered 24/7. Locally owned for 40 years. They back their work with a 5-year warranty. Mastercraft, one-stop shop, heating, AC, plumbing, electrical, you name it. They got you covered. Mastercraft can't get you same-day service. It's going to take $100 off the next day service call. Just visit mastercraftheating.com.